Akami, how you doing? Welcome back. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this nonsense. Thundercool, how you doing, bro? Oh, what the hell is going on? Um, it seems like this is just broken. Like, how the hell are you supposed to get to your chat? Hello? It really? Oh, this is mega annoying.
Oh, damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate ya.
No, this is annoying as shit. Zucchini, 41 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Sorry, guys. Normally, OBS has a window that allows you to see chat as part of your windows, but it doesn't have that anymore. It's what the hell is this? Huh. Um, I'll probably have to make a separate custom dock and get it that way, I'm guessing. Hmm. Well, they just completely broke their own app. I'm gonna try and do this. Let's see. Embed chat. Um, do that. Say combine chat and the URL. Apply. Is this gonna work? Big question now. Is this gonna work? It's working, but it's this is so broken. Uh, oh, yes. Okay, I'm just quickly gonna make a couple of changes so I can actually see what you guys are typing. Mm. Come on. Come back to us? What do you mean come back to you? I'm still here. Am I not? Undercool, what happened? Did the stream go down? What's wrong? The interface is broken again? Yes. Everything's broken. I'm trying to fix it. Oh, man. Let's see if this works now. Docs. Custom docs. Apply. Where the hell is the custom doc now? Okay, delete that. Let's try again. And now, are you gonna work? There we go. That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to see. Great stuff. All right, can someone type something so I can see? Ah, there we go. Did you see this? I did not. I'm still busy trying to fix things. Oh yeah. This I saw. I saw it. Amu, how you doing, brother? Slots, how you doing? Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I can now read your messages again after Stream Elements decided to break OBS and the chat functions. Good evening, brothers. Are we winning, son? Don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I did see this. I mean, is anyone surprised by this. I don't think you should be surprised. I mean, dude, at this point, only an idiot thinks that the gaming industry isn't beyond woke, right? Like, everyone in the gaming industry is beyond woke. When you have someone like Greg Miller, I would say any content creator that sort of connects themselves to the industry is almost by definition going to be more woke than developers who don't do that, or content creators who don't do that. Because there's a couple of things that I think people need to know if you're going to be a creator that ties yourself to the gaming industry. The first is, if you want any sort of early access keys, any sort of insider track, so like being able to go to award shows, being able to be invited to media meetups and stuff of that nature, the games community requires that you have a certain approach to video gaming and how you criticize games, how you approach gaming, when you make critical reviews, the way you phrase things is super important. Because remember, for them, the main drive for the games industry now, I'm talking about the AAA studios, the AA studios, they want to be able to use your review to tell their investors life's Gucci. They want to be able to say to them, look at all these people that played our game and loved it. So when you do a review, so if someone like Greg Miller does a review, you need to know that he's most likely just lying to you. Like, he's most likely not telling you the truth. And the reason he's not telling you the truth is the only way that he can be on that stage is if he was willing to sell his soul in the process of it. So, you know, there is that too. But I'll play it for you so you can.
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is nominated for Online Game of the Year. Get your hands together. Thank you, Rod. Of course, that is a game that takes real skill.
It does. Yeah.
Imagine Diablo 4 being the game that you praise. If you ever wanted proof that he's not a real gamer anymore, that would be it.
And I'm not trying to flatter everyone here, but if I know one thing about this audience, is that none of you had to pay someone to play Diablo for you.
Actually, you're talking to a group full of media and developers. Famously, they all pay people to play the games for them. In fact, I don't think you know how it works behind the scenes. Most of the people that write the reviews for video games do not actually play the games that they're writing the reviews for. They have people who play the games and then just tell them what they thought of the game, and then the journalist writes up the review. Like, what are you talking about? You're talking to a room full of people. Developers famously pay people to play their games. Pay people to play their games. That's the whole point. What are you talking about? Video Game Award shows will go the way of E3 at this rate? Well, I'm hoping. What are you talking about? These people are gamers? Akami, in what way? Nathan Kane, how are you doing? Sorry if you explained this a million times, but are you having a break from YouTube? Nathan Kane, no. I'm uploading 3-4 videos a day. I'm just no longer uploading to the WoW channel. But I am uploading literally every single day. Oh, the Miller guy? Well, would have thought the real Game Awards did not throw politics in like side-scrollers. Yeah, I wish. Look, I don't care if someone doesn't have the same political view as me. I don't care, right? I have friends who are left-wing. I have friends who are right-wing. I don't care what your political stance is, but the thing that makes my friends different is that when we get together and chat, they don't just constantly talk about politics. And if you want to be Greg Miller or whoever the chick is next to him, and you want to be mouthing off about video games, go for it. Who cares? But as soon as you go up on that stage and they make the whole thing political, the question has to be why? Wait, what are you trying to achieve with that political statement? This is not a political platform. You're not at some CPAC event where anyone gives a shit about your political opinions. But you'll see in a second how Greg Miller just cannot help himself. Greg Miller wants to be very sure that everyone knows he is very much left-wing. Everyone needs to know that Greg Miller voted Democrat, and he needs everyone to know. There must be no doubts. You'll see this in a second.
It's hard to level up your own characters when you're dismantling democracy.
I feel like we're in good company here, but just in case for the people online, if you get mad at that joke, it's Greg Miller. G-R-E-G.
M-I-L-L-E-R. Fuck Elon Musk and fuck Donald Trump.
Why? You may not like them. That's fine. That's your own personal opinion. You can discuss that with your little buddies around the barbecue fires. But why here? Why at a video game award show? What are you hoping to achieve here? Are you launching a new political campaign that none of us knows about, Greg? Are you running for office? What's your angle? What's your goal? This is so retarded, bro. Oh man. I was wondering, Nathan Kane. So if you want my thoughts on housing, I think it's about time. If I'm honest, I think it's about time. World of Warcraft should have had housing years ago, but my thoughts on housing has never changed. I personally don't care about housing. Personally, I won't engage with building a house, but I love that it's there for people that do. I think it's a good thing that there is now that ability, because I think overall it's probably going to be good for the WoW player base. This is what we mean by we don't want politics in our video games. Your leftoid can't even fathom that concept. True. This is what happened when you spend too much time in the echo chamber. True. Nightcore, how you doing, bro? I've been playing Japanese games and they've been better than Western slop. You're not wrong. Although I will say, when we say Western slop, we need to be super specific. Because I don't think what we're talking about here when we say Western slop, people realize how many Western games there actually are. When you move out of the AAA space, you come upon a wealth of AAA game or AA and indie games, all from Western studios, that I would argue is as good, if not better, than any game that's coming out of the AAA space. Sure, they don't always have the graphics that the AAA space has, but does that matter? Do you need brilliant graphics if you have a brilliant game? I don't think so. I think if you have a good game, it will be carried whether the graphics is good or not. Thundercool, let me check your link here. Oh yeah, this I saw, actually. This we will talk about, because I saw the longer one of this.
Is it a crime to insult somebody in public?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And it's a crime to insult them online as well?
Yes.
The fine could be even higher
Yeah.
if you insult someone in the internet.
Why?
Because in internet, it stays there. If we are talking here face to face, you insult me, I insult you, okay, finish. But if you in the internet, if I insult you or a politician,
That sticks around forever.
yeah.
You know what's very interesting? This isn't the first time Germany has played around with speech laws. You know, there's this wonderful period of time. It's little known. None of you will even know that this even ever happened. I should probably give you the history. So very many years ago, long time ago, in a time now forgotten to history, there was a guy. I failed to remember his name. He was a painter. I believe he was from Austria. Had a very funny mustache and funny haircut, actually, also. He was a funny little guy. He was actually a very weirdo. Probably bullied at school or some shit. But this painter managed to rise to power in Germany. I know, sounds crazy, but it did happen. And he managed to rise to power in Germany as a result of speech laws to great effect. Now, the speech laws didn't directly give him the victory, but it did help. You see, when you ban free speech, or when you start to infringe upon free speech. This only really works if the government is trusted. So if the people have a high level of trust in the government, they tend to accept infringements upon speech. If the government says, hey, you can't say these things, if the people trust the government and the institutions, great. We can't say these things. Obviously, the government knows best. They're really just looking out for us. We shouldn't worry too much. But what happens when you reach a point where the people's trust in the government falls? And in fact, it falls so low that the people start to distrust the government. Now, this is usually the groundwork for what they call populist politics. Populism doesn't work in sort of high-functioning, highly successful societies. If a civilization is doing incredibly well and money is being made and everyone's getting richer, populism doesn't work because populism calls for a complete flip of the economic system. Populist politicians say, nothing is working. Look at how everything is falling apart. I have an idea. I have a way to fix it. Vote for me and we'll upend the entire system, destroy it, and build a new one in its place. When everyone's making money and everyone's, happy, why are they going to vote for someone like this? Someone that genuinely wants to upend the system that they're all happy with. And this is exactly what happened in Weimar Germany. For a while, just after the sort of things were a little tight and then America started booming, like America started making big bucks, and the German government, being quite tied to the American economy at that point, also started to explode. Hitler's popularity from where it was, because it was starting to gain traction, plummeted as a result of Germany suddenly seeing a renewed amount of money, because the German government was now printing money as a way to kind of celebrate the fact that the stock markets are back and everyone's making money again. And it was shortly after the First World War, obviously, so from Germany's side, they needed the investment from America. America was doing super well, so it could invest a lot of money, and Hitler's popularity actually started to plummet, because now you have Hitler saying, this system is broken, and the people go, why? Where? It's all going swimmingly. We don't know why you're saying these things. And then, of course, the stock market crash happened. And now Germany is once again going down the shitter. Now, the German government now preempts this, and they immediately ban Hitler from public speaking. They ban the Nazi Party. They ban certain words and phrases. You're not allowed to say these things. And what happens? What do you think happens? Well, you have a society that has lost trust and faith in the institutions. You have institutions that tell the society that don't trust them, don't say these words, don't listen to these people, they don't know what they're talking about. What do normal human beings do when someone they don't trust tell them to not do something? Well, they immediately go, wait, but maybe I should do that something. Maybe they're trying to hide the truth from me. Because remember, I don't trust these assholes. And so that's literally what led to the rise of popularity for Hitler. Because Hitler was the only one in Germany that would at least offer a solution. It was a bad solution, and it was never the solution Germany should have gone with, but at least he was offering a solution. At least he was saying that there are problems within German society, and he was saying this is how we fix it. And most people, they don't really think about exactly what those fixes might be. They just accept whoever is saying the loudest, I have the fixes. This is exactly what Germany is playing around with again. Going, no, we don't allow certain speech. You can be locked up. You can be jailed. You can be fined. It's going to lead to the exact same issues. Democrats did the so-called Roman salute. I have no idea. Nightcore is too retarded that Margaret says that free speech caused the Holocaust. Oh, yeah, but I mean, look, there is a final push, and you guys have to be ready for it. I just finished Joe Rogan's episode with Mike Baines yesterday. I finally managed to go through all of it. every single time Mike Pence speaks, there's so much information there. What you need to expect for the next year or two is a giant effort from the machine. And this machine isn't just Washington, D.C. It's not just America. This machine is all over Europe. It's all over the world. This machine knows that it is dying. With USA dying, a lot of this money is drying up. And so what this machine is now going to do, it's going to try desperately to get the people on its side. So you're going to see more and more of these lies about how free speech caused the Holocaust. People shouldn't celebrate free speech because they're trying to get people to rally against Donald Trump, rally against Elon Musk, rally against the people in the MAGA movement, and ban free speech. Because this is the main sort of enemy. So don't expect more of this to happen. Wealth in a thriving, developed society may as well be a requirement for democracy. Umuth, you're not wrong. See Vengeance, how you doing, bro? Shumi, how you doing? Cornex, how you doing, bro? And change the minds of all centrists and many right-wingers. The entire political landscape has shifted thanks to Mr. Miller. Don't you know it? Like, after hearing Mr. Miller say F Trump and F Musk, I'm just about ready to get my Democrats Forever shirt out. Good, we're overthrowing something. Are we? I don't know about that. I don't think we're overthrowing anyone today. Nightcore, from their perspective, I don't think it's that they want a Hitler 2.0. I think it's that they genuinely don't think about that. They genuinely think that the way, remember, when you're dealing with tyrants, not many tyrants believe themselves tyrants during the process of their tyrannical reign. So when someone turns out to be a tyrant, it's very rarely that this person wanted to be a tyrant in the first place. They had an idea, they had a goal, and they believed that this goal, they were ideologically driven. They believed in this goal, and that they believed that this goal is the right thing for humanity. And so, if you genuinely believe that you are fighting to save humanity, then suddenly a lot of principles sort of become cannon fodder. The idea that we should give people free speech very quickly becomes, wait, really? Because if we give them free speech, we might not actually get to the promised land. And the promised land is where we need to get, because people will be happier than ever if we can get to the promised land. And so, of course, we have to ban the free speech, because we're banning free speech in the name of utopia.
Oh,
damn. You know? Shishu, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate you. That's a new Prime sub. Thank you. You're so kind. I really appreciate you. Europe will not exist in 5 years. NATO already doesn't have a reason to exist. It lost in Ukraine. Don, I don't know if Europe won't exist, but I do think that the European Union is probably not going to exist in the way that it does today. I think that Donald Trump's victory in the US has really left the European Union super exposed. And I think Donald Trump's new approach, specifically if you look at how Donald Trump is America first, right? So the free ride that Europe had sort of coaxed on for the last 20 years, where Europe could really sit back and do nothing because all technological advancement came from the US, but the US would freely share that technological advancement with Europe because they were close allies. Now you're seeing a renewed Trump. You're seeing a Trump that sort of goes, you know what, maybe Europe isn't a valuable partner after all. Maybe allying with Europe just doesn't really matter. You know, Shishu, really appreciate the follow. Thank you. And this is 100% Europe's fault. When you look at Europe and its trajectory, the European Union as a whole is becoming an irrelevant continent. It's still a super rich continent, And if the continent were to wake up tomorrow, it could easily become the strongest continent in the world, but it isn't anymore. And I think Donald Trump has rightfully identified, do we really need Europe? Is Europe important to the United States? And I almost want to say probably not. Probably not. And I think Europe is going to find itself out in the cold. At least, man, I have a prediction. I don't want this to be the case, but I think I have a prediction. I'm not saying that this is what will happen. Please understand me. And I genuinely don't want this to happen. But, Grofal, how you doing? I have a feeling that Trump is going to tell Putin to do what he wants. I have a feeling Trump is going to tell Putin, I don't care. Because Trump has tried to work with European leaders. I'm giving you guys Trump's perspective here. I'm not saying I agree with him. Trump is trying to work with European leaders. Trump has tried to build bridges with Europe. You saw what happened when J.D. Vance warned Europe about their stances on free speech. Immediately, every leader in the European Union comes out and calls J.D. Vance an idiot, tells him that he doesn't know what he's talking about, pretends like Europe actually has free speech. They basically mock J.D. Vance. European leaders continuously mock America for apparently not being as good as Europe. And I have a feeling that Trump is going to say, you know what? This war in Europe, it's far from home. As America, why do we even give a crap? And Trump's just going to say to Putin, hey, you want to invade Europe? Go for it. America's not going to stand in your way. We're not interested in that war. We're not interested in helping the Europeans because they weren't interested in playing with us. So, let Europe go. And you can see that Europe thinks that too. I mean, the European leaders are currently meeting in France to discuss massive defense budget reforms because they realize America is about to tell Europe, you're on your own. America is about to withdraw from NATO. If America withdraws from NATO, EU is done. The EU is done if America, because right now, I think the reason Putin hasn't gone on full-blown offense in Ukraine is there's still fear. Europe still has American backing. If Putin goes too far, America might join the battle, and that would be devastating because we already know the Russian army isn't as strong as they pretended to be. They're not a bad army, but they're not as strong as they pretended to be. They definitely cannot stand against the combined might of America and Europe. But if America withdraws, what's Europe going to do? How's Europe going to fight Russia? Doesn't want peace. They want to bog down America to trick them to stay. None pretty much it matters. Does America want a rearmed Russia combined with a rearmed China and Iran without NATO? Slots, America, and I'll tell you this. I'm just giving you my perspective of what I'm seeing from their perspective. So I'm not saying I agree with this or disagree with it. I have no dog in this race. Trump is going to sign a peace agreement with Russia. And once that happens, America couldn't care less about an armed Russia. Because they're at peace with Russia, why would they care? Right? Like Russia arming itself when you're in a peace treaty, who gives a crap? Economy, but I think right now, if I'm to play devil's advocate again, I think Trump is trying to get a sense of what it actually is that Putin wants. And that's why Trump isn't allowing anyone else in those meetings, including Ukraine, because anyone else in those meetings are going to bring emotions. They're going to be emotional. And then they're not going to be able to figure out what is it that Putin actually wants. Because once you can identify exactly what Putin wants, the negotiations become a lot easier, right? Because it's very difficult to negotiate with someone when you don't know what that someone wants. Because you might think, oh, Putin wants Ukraine, but maybe Putin doesn't want Ukraine. Maybe Putin wants something completely different. But if you don't know exactly what he wants, you're not going to be arguing from your place of strength. And I think that's sort of why America is currently freezing out everyone from the peace negotiations, because America wants to get a sense of what is it truly that Putin wants. I do know that there's new information now, new intelligence that suggests Russia is gearing up to invade Europe in 2032, I think. Now, the last time we had intelligence that said Russia is ready to invade Ukraine was in 2012, I think. In 2012, we had intelligence that said Russia is gearing up to invade Ukraine. And then obviously it did happen. So I'm sort of wondering if there's maybe some truth to it. Don't know. I'm from Europe, guys, and I can tell the leaders here are absolutely delusional, insane, corrupt, and these clowns absolutely think they rule the world. Without USA, Europe is nothing, a bunch of delusionals. Sim, how you doing, bro? Byark, how you doing? How many of you look at the current state of things and sort of think Europe is in trouble? Let me get a sense of where chat is at. Or how many of you think, no, Europe can survive without America? It might be tough for a while, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Is he vengeance all right? Yep, been that way for 10 years. Our corruption runs deep. I think EU just needs to get serious. Not the end, but it will be tough. Frost, how you doing, bro? Big trouble. European leaders need to get their shit together. Europe is in trouble because both world leaders will be against them. We are... Shishu, Trax, how you doing? Europe is too far up its own backside to think its way out of anything right now. I think... So I was watching this someone suggested this channel to me on YouTube. I was watching this video from... It's about the European Union. It's a channel called Phidias or something. One of you suggested this video, this channel to me. And it's been... Dude, I've been loving this channel. So it's called Phidias EU Parliament. I'm assuming this dude is on the EU Parliament? Or in the EU Parliament. I think he's one of the EU parliamentary leaders for Cyprus or something. And he was talking to Dominic. Dude, when you... So I think what people need to understand is it's not that the European Union or the leaders of the European Union is just fully incompetent, although some of them are. The bigger problem is actually that the way the European political landscape lives, it's almost impossible for anyone to do anything. This is why things are so super slow in Europe, why nothing can ever get done, why Europe is lagging behind in technological innovation, why Europe is lagging behind on manufacturing, why the European economy is shrinking year after year. It's because they physically cannot make any decisions that don't take decades to be implemented. Because once you've decided something in the EU Parliament, now it has to go through a shit ton of bureaucracy before it reaches the final stage. And then when it reaches the final stage, now sometimes they have changes that they want to make, so it starts over again. Nothing ever happens. Everything is just nuts. Because there are 150 plus cultures. I will go so far, and I'll say this publicly. The European Union's biggest mistake ever, was to become a union. Sim, it's going to be fun. Did you see the Poland video? Which Poland video? Jimmy, yeah. So I think when you look, for example, at Norway, that I think is what the European Union should have been. The way Norway interacts with the Union. Full sovereignty. Norway gets to make all of its own rules, play by its own rules, do its own thing, but it has access to the markets. The thing is, the European Union started as an economic project. It was supposed to be economics, right? It was supposed to have all of these countries working together because on their own, almost all European countries are relatively small. On their own, almost all European countries outside of Germany and France are insignificant countries. Most of the countries don't have a lot of natural resources. A lot of European countries are very much geopolitically very badly situated. They're not in great positions to serve as anything. And so, on their own, these countries don't matter. But if they work together, so if there's free trade between these countries, they can become powerhouses in their own right. And I think that was a good idea. Having open borders, having free freedom of free movement of goods and people, that would have been a good idea. The biggest mistake was the union bit. The union bit was its biggest mistake because the union bit suddenly put a bunch of countries with different cultures and different people into a federal movement or a federal system where they cannot work together because none of these countries operate the same way. None of these countries have the same economy. So the problem for the European Union is it will never be successful. And Shumi, I want you to think about something, right? Because I hear that argument often from people saying, oh, but look at Brexit. Look what happened to Britain when they left the Union. They're screwed now. It's very, very important that when we look at an event, that we don't just go causation, therefore correlation. Right? We see they left the Union and now they're screwed. Let's go look at what happened when they left the Union. And let's also remember that for the last 5, 6, 7 plus years, the British economy, the one that left the Union, was run by a group of people that voted not to leave the Union. They had a government that was in charge of overseeing them leaving the Union that didn't want to leave the Union in the first place. They were forced to by the people of Britain. The reason Britain is currently screwed isn't because it left the European Union. It's because their leaders were incompetent and so obsessed with still initiatives from the European Union, like net zero initiatives, for example. The net zero initiative is literally one of the main reasons why the British economy looks the way that it looks. That's from the European Union. Britain never let go of that. Britain never said, hey, we're no longer part of the European Union. Screw this net zero bullshit. Let's get those coal plants fired up again. Let's start manufacturing shit. No, they just kept going. We're going to do more wind. We're going to do more solar. We're going to do more of all of these things because that is the future of Britain. And that is the problem. So just because you see, oh, they left the European Union and now look at their economy, does not mean that their current state is related to them leaving the Union. Their current state is related to very bad leadership following the leaving of the Union. Britain had every opportunity to be a power nation at the moment. But their leaders just kept going on the same track. They never stopped. They just kept doing their own thing. Just we're going to keep doing what we did in the Union. Now, they kept taking in refugees or immigrants. Just kept taking those. Never did they say, hey, enough of this. It's time for us to make good economic decisions. So I don't like the argument, when they left EU, look at how they're falling apart. There should be a cautionary tale to all other governments that want to leave the Union. Look at what happened to Britain. No. If Britain had a phenomenal government doing the absolute best that they could, and they were actually doing their jobs, then you could make the argument, hey, look at what happened to Britain. Even with competent leadership and all the right laws and all the right things in place, they were still not able to be successful because they left the Union. But it's nonsense to say with the leadership that they had that it was because they left the Union. If a united Europe can't be screwed by a superpower, Shumi, but Europe isn't united. Europe has never been united. This is a fallacy. Most of the European countries in the European Union don't want to be in the European Union, but they have to be in the Union because alone they wouldn't be powerful enough. Europe isn't united on anything. So I'm not sure how that would help. Jimmy, don't say never mind then, don't mind me. We're having a discussion here, right? But if you're going to say something, then I have the right to push back, right? I have the right to say, wait, but I don't agree with that. Because it doesn't look like Europe is united in any way, shape, or form. You have massive movements in France that is calling for France to leave the European Union. You have massive movements in Greece. You have massive movements in almost every country in Europe. And I'm talking movements that have 30, 40% support behind them that don't want to be part of the European Union anymore. So in what sense is Europe united? It works out on with UK and France having nukes? I don't, again, know if just labeling people extreme right is the correct label. You could say conservatives, that's definitely true, and yes, there are some extreme right-wing parties that definitely do want to leave the Union, but I will also say, what you in Europe call extreme right, the rest of the world just refers to as conservative. And that's because you in Europe are extreme left. The baseline in Europe is as far left as you can go, bordering on socialism and communism. So everyone that doesn't want to be a socialist and a communist is going to look like a right-winger in Europe. So I would just throw that out there. I've seen videos of extreme right-wing parties in Europe where I listen to the things they say and I go, these guys sound pretty left-wing to me. Like, the shit they're saying is still very much to the left. I'm not left, and I'm in the EU. Profile, I'm talking about the political parties, not the people. Zabakwan, good morning from Tampa, Florida. Ninja Gnome, how you doing, brother? At some point, China will send also peacekeeping forces if this war continues. I know people don't think that will happen, but it will. When you're a hammer, every problem is a nail. Very true. Very true. China is bold enough to repeat Russia's mistakes with Ukraine. Amu, I wouldn't be so sure. I think it's all going to depend on how China's economic situation pans out. If China's economy continues to suffer the way that it has for the last few years, China might reach a point where they don't have a choice. they have to take Taiwan. Because, well, Taiwan is where the chips are. And if they can control Taiwan, they have a very big bargaining chip to tell the rest of the world, get screwed, right? You either do business with us and get your chips, or you don't do business with us and you get nothing. Oh, damn. Ninja Gnome, really appreciate the sticker, man. Don't know why it's not popping up, but my OBS is completely broken at the moment, so, you know, but thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Tina is now crying when Trump said Ukraine started this war. I didn't listen to that interview, so I can't really speak on that interview. I'm not sure why Trump would say Ukraine started the war. I think there's two arguments that you can reasonably make. The one is that Russia started the war, right? Because they were the ones who fired the first shots. Or that the West started this war. Ukraine specifically starting this war, I'm not so sure about. In fact, if you ask my personal opinion, I think America started that war. Not Trump, obviously, but America. I would actually argue America is the main reason why the Russia-Ukraine war actually broke out. Because NATO and America continuously, and I realize there's a lot of people that don't like this argument, but I'm a firm believer in taking people at their word. When people say stuff, believe them. Why wouldn't you believe them? We have evidence all the way back in 2004 of Putin warning America and NATO about NATO expansion. 2004, Putin says stop expanding. From 2004 all the way up to literally 2014, you see massive NATO expansion towards the borders of Russia. And I believe in 2008, again, Putin says to America and NATO, stop expanding. Then in 2013, I believe Putin again says to NATO and America, stop expanding. And then in 2019, there's calls for Ukraine to join NATO, and then Putin invades. Putin did start the war, 100%. He's the one that pulled the trigger and fired the first bullets. But it wasn't as if it came out of nowhere. It isn't as if everyone was just sort of sitting and chilling, and suddenly Putin started a war, and everyone's like, what the hell? Hey, what the hell's going on here? You were warned from 2004 that this was going to happen, and you just kept doing what you were doing, thinking that you could just continuously poke the Russian bear, and the Russian bear wouldn't at some point go, bro, maybe it's time now to stand up here and say no more. It just feels very weird to me that people, whenever you have this argument, and it's literally, you can prove the argument is there, people just go, no, that's not why Putin started the war. And you go, well, that's what he said. He said that's why he started the war. Now, that doesn't mean that Putin is excused from his actions. It doesn't mean that I'm saying Putin is now well within his right to invade the whole of Ukraine, destroy everything in Ukraine because he was poked. No, Putin is wrong, but so too is the West.
I flew 3 book US, Alliance with Korea, Iran, Russia, China.
But Slots, to answer your question, so you believe that bigger nations can do whatever with smaller nations. It's not about what I believe. It's about what history tells us. Muddy, by the way, thanks for the $2, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you. The truth is, bigger nations can do whatever they want to smaller nations. The history has shown this. Bigger nations have always done what they wanted with smaller nations. In this instance, though, or basically for all of human history, it's never as easy, and I think you do yourself a disservice, not you specifically, but people, do themselves a disservice when they try to think of the world in black and white. when you try to think of the world as this is right and this is wrong. Because the world is almost never divided in this is right and this is wrong. It's almost always different shades of gray. Almost always. You have one side that is doing something very wrong in response to another side that did stuff really wrong. And somewhere in the middle of this lies the truth of what is actually happening. And it is never as easy as just going, well, they fired the first shot, therefore they are guilty. It's never that simple. If it was, that'd be great, but it's never that simple. Even when you look, for example, at the First World War. Who was to blame for the First World War? X-Ray, how are you doing, sir? The First World War, right, wasn't started by Germany. Germany had nothing to do with it. Germany came to the defense of their cousin, Austria, right, as a result of assassinations. The war broke out. Germany took the flak for it. Everyone blamed Germany. That's history. You have one side doing something, another side does another thing. There's probably a third party somewhere doing another thing. And what it looks like on paper, when you first see it at first glance, is almost never what it actually is, right? The Second World War, same thing. When you look at the Second World War, it's very easy to go, well, Hitler was just a madman that did mad stuff. Everyone was living peacefully and happily, and Hitler just decided to go to war with the rest of the world. But that would be a complete misread of the original history. Hitler was a very evil man. No one is denying that. Maybe there are some people who's denying that, but they're crazy, so they don't count. Hitler was a very evil man. But when you look through the history of how the Second World War actually started, Hitler wasn't acting out of nowhere. It wasn't like there wasn't any reason for Germany to be annoyed and angry, right, at what happened to them. They didn't start the First World War. They were simply coming to the defense of their little cousin, and yet they were blamed exclusively for the war. So you can imagine why Germany went, dude, what the hell is this? We're living in abject poverty as a result of these Treaty of Versailles bullshit that made us lose pretty much all of our economy, and we're paying obscene amounts of money to all of these countries that we didn't even invade these countries. So you can see how the world was also to blame for the start of that war. But then, when you go into the war, there you can start going, well, Hitler, maybe the rest of the world also carries blame for the start of the Second World War, but they do not carry blame for the camps, for the genocide of 6 to 7 million Jews. That's not on the world. That was just Hitler being a crazy person. But that the world gave Hitler the excuse to be a crazy person, that's true. And this would be true in Russia as well. This is the same sort of story. Opening Norway, Soviet Russia and Germany agreed to invade Poland. Yeah, Poland just sort of sat in the middle looking at all of this happen. Tekla, how you doing? I feel sorry for the Poles, dude. The Poles has had a terrible time of it historically. So the Second World War was all about oppression in the Rhineland of Germans that led to an invasion. Not so much oppression. Well, I think that was definitely part of the motivation, and that's how he was able to convince the European public or the German public why they need to go to war, is to take back what was taken and stolen from them. And of course, then he started his evil shit. And I think if you were to go to Russia, you would see the same stuff. Part of why the Russians were super happy with the start of the war, at least, because they were. Most Russians are 100% behind President Putin. It's because Putin could point to all of these things that the West is doing, and he could say, look, if we don't go to war, we're going to be screwed soon. And the people were in support of that. Now, after that, you can point to a lot of things that Putin is doing and say, I don't think that's right. I don't think you should be doing that shit. Right? And that's where the evil of a man comes out. But in the lead up, the excuses that you can make for why something needs to happen, there's almost always multiple people to blame. It's never just one person that carries the blame for it. Drop the free speech all over Warsaw. Next on the agenda is food, sex, and religion in that order. History is written by the winners, pushing a rhetoric that's digestible. Swatfish, you're not wrong. How you doing, bro? The Vengeance, hold up. I don't like that. Let's not start doing that, though. Germans have no ability to go, why are you guys blaming us for the Second World War? Hitler was Austrian. Come on, bro. There's a lot of things that you could say that the German public maybe shouldn't be blamed for, but you cannot say that it had nothing to do with us. He was Austrian. It was definitely German soldiers that were doing things. I'm not saying you are Germans, Vengeance. I'm saying I hear a lot of Germans make that argument, and it annoys me because, yes, maybe your leader was Austrian, but you were absolutely part of that. I am pretty sure it was a bunch of German soldiers in the SS and a bunch of Germans in the military doing these things. Funny thing is, the elites of Germany and Russia are relatives. The kings and queens back then were all related to each other. I think, isn't that sort of worldwide, or at least throughout all of Europe, that a lot of the royalty of Europe, even ex-royalty, is sort of super connected? Because I know even in France, even in England, the royal family of England is actually German, right? They changed their surname to Windsor, but they're actually German heritage. So, you know, during World War I, Russian and German leaders were cousins. Wow. Okay, I mean, I don't know that much about Russian history, to be fair. I just know a little bit, like whatever was necessary for me to know about this war. The Tudors are a branch of the Rothschilds. But the Tudors, the current royal family, are they descended from the Tudors, or the Tudors, or however you pronounce that? That account, Hitler being Austrian is the same as Stalin being Georgian. Yeah, nothing to do with the Russian. Be British, pronounce it Tudors. Probably. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's fine. I've never watched the show either. Never been able to get into it. I think I watched the first episode of the Tudors or the Tudors or whatever, and I did not enjoy it. It was like, oh, this is boring as shit. The Chuds. Where do you think the next Hitler-like candidate will spawn? I hate to say it, but it might be Putin, actually. I don't know why I think that, but I feel like he definitely seems like a man that has the capability. Has always been on that geographic situation with Germans and Russians. Where do you think there are some in our world already? Shimi, I don't know if there are, like, because you have to think about Hitler-like personalities. Like, I don't even know if Putin himself would be a Hitler-like leader. It's a special kind of evil. It's not just someone that has strategic power and uses or utilizes that. It's a special kind of evil that leads to a Hitler-like event. It's something that's very rare. And so I'm not sure how many leaders worldwide would be on that level, if any even. I think there might be under leaders, so maybe if Putin were to fall, there might be someone that takes his place, and that person may actually be mega evil. Because usually super evil people don't do that well at getting elected. They tend to either seize power through force. It's very rare that you have someone like Hitler that manages to be a brilliant public speaker as well. Erdogan might be. He looks... Although most of what he does seems to be very focused only on Turkey. But he definitely has that capability, I think. Many of the things he gets blamed for were entirely on Himmler and Goebbels, like anti-Semitism. Today, I would say Hitler was pretty anti-Semitic as well. Like, I've listened to the speeches in English, the ones that's been translated by AI. Hitler were not fond of the Jews. So I would say yes, Himmler and Goebbels, like Hitler did surround himself with a number of very evil people. But isn't that the mark of an evil person themselves? Because no ordinary person would choose people like Himmler and Goebbels to be part of their cabinet, so to speak. A normal person that doesn't have that level of evil in them is immediately going to look at those people and go, dude, what the hell? This is nuts. What about the people who have an apartheid ethno-state already and don't care much for international law? Well, who are you talking about? Are you talking about Israel? I'll check this out, Massey. What's next for Obsidian Entertainment? Didn't they say that the next is Outer Worlds 2? There's no difference between Putin and Hitler. The fake oppression of Germans in the Rhineland was a lie to kick off the Reich. Just like in Ukraine, the poor Russians in Donbass are being oppressed. Slots back in... I genuinely don't know. I do know that Crimea was always going to be a problem for Ukraine. Always. Because the Crimea, the region prior to the invasion, was pretty much exclusively Russian anyways. So it was probably always going to be... it's always going to be a problematic area. I don't know exactly. No consequences for Avowed's failure? No, I mean, if that's what you're asking. I do think we're probably going to see layoffs. I just don't know how many layoffs we can see because Obsidian isn't a particularly large studio. They're actually a relatively small studio, so I'm not sure. But I do think if Avowed doesn't manage to land and it doesn't suddenly get major views from somewhere, Avowed might actually be in trouble. Sim Clipper, I'm just reading what someone else is writing there. And I know most of them think that Israel is an apartheid state. Even though I think, what is it? Something like 30% of Israelis are Arab. and actually live very happily in Israel. So I'm not sure what would make them an ethno-state. If they are an ethno-state, they're a poorly run one. $70 for a game doesn't buy you the right to be cruel? No. Tekla, what video is that? What is this? X seems to be having a fit at the moment. I can't load this. Although, to be fair, my browser seems to be taking a shit on itself at the moment. What the hell is wrong with my browser? Hold up, I'm just sort of trying to fix this. The browser is losing itself. Too big to rig, but Germany sure took a page out of the DNC's book. It is sad what happened to Ubisoft. They're losing money everywhere. I don't know if I would call it sad, though. I don't see it as sad. In my opinion, it's deserved. Yeah, I mean, the truth is, if you're going to continuously treat your customers as pay pigs, do you not deserve to struggle? Do you not deserve to suffer? I think what they're referring to when they say it's sad isn't so much that it's sad, just that you hate to see that a company that had so much promise ended up being so bad. Wait, what is this? Germany's ruling class has apparently decided that democracy is optional when the wrong people might win. Erasing the AfD from ballots in Leipzig is not just corruption, it is an open declaration that elections are only legitimate if they produce the correct result. If this happened in Russia, Western leaders would be foaming at the mouth, but since it targets right-wing opposition in Germany, the silence is deafening. These frauds are not defending democracy, they are rigging the system to protect their own power while pretending to uphold freedom.
Oh, ich habe jetzt gerade meine Wahlunterlagen bekommen für die Briefwahl und wollte jetzt meine Stimme abgeben. Und was muss ich schon feststellen? Die haben ja in Leipzig, die haben die komplette AfD rausgelassen auf den Wahlschein. Die gibt's ja nicht. Das ist Betrug. Das ist zum Kotzen sowas. Die keine AfD, alles andere haben die hier drauf. Oh, ich habe jetzt gerade meine Wahlunterlagen.
Received my voting documents for the post vote and wanted to cast my vote. And what do I see here? Here in Leipzig, they removed the entire AfD from the ballot paper. This is fraud. That's sickening. They don't have the AfD, they have everything else here. Interesting. Don't get emotionally attached to a corporation. They don't care about you other than the money you bring. SH, how you doing, sir? I think Ubisoft is a cautionary tale, but I would say, I think with the technological advancements that's been made throughout the world, and specifically in the world of gaming, if we can bring the conversation back to gaming, away from world politics, it's super important to remember that the landscape for AAA games was never sustainable, and it could not be sustainable. And I'm not even talking about everything that happened during COVID. I'm talking about even pre-COVID. The reason you used to have all of these AAA studios was because it was very difficult to make video games, because engines weren't supercharged, basically doing your job for you. You needed physical developers to sit there and actually develop the game from scratch with everything that entails. As technology has advanced, as technology has gotten better, you now see ordinary people with access to things like Unreal Engine 5, with access to things like Unity. These engines have become far more powerful than what they used to be, and they're capable of doing things with far fewer developers than what they used to do. So the landscape for AAA was always going to change. AAA once very much required, because first super budgets, but then also super publishing. Now you also have Steam that basically removes the reason for super publishing. You no longer need millions of dollars thrown into marketing. You can do very good marketing just by going to YouTubers. I have emails literally every single day from developers sending me keys for video games that I need to play on their stream, on my stream, and they're just sending these keys out to everyone. It's not like I'm getting them specifically. Basically, and I can actually track this, whenever I play a city builder, in the next few weeks, I'll receive 5 or 6 keys for different city builders that's coming out of early access. Whenever I play, so when I played Mass Effect, I started to receive a bunch of early access keys for RPGs. So clearly they're sitting there collecting APIs and looking at what streamers are playing and just sending out keys for games that's in those genres. Why are they doing that? Because they can. Because fundamentally, if you can just get a couple of streamers to play your game, that means your game might actually turn into a massive success. This wasn't true 20 years ago. 20 years ago, you couldn't target the YouTubers to make your game into success. You had to go through the ordinary means of actually paying people and actually, doing massive marketing campaigns and massive launch nights of shows and orchestras and concerts and things just to build the hype so that your game will actually sell. The landscape is changing, and I think AAA studios will be a thing of the past in the next 20 years. That's my prediction. I predict that in the next 20 years, actually, let me say it this way. I think in 100 years from now, we are going to look at AAA studios the way we look back to horse carriages. You're going to look at ox wagons. These days, when you see an ox wagon, you sort of look at that and you go, whoa, that's crazy. Hey, they rode on those things? Like, holy crap, that's weird. I think that's, in 100 years from now, people are going to look back to the AAA gaming and they're going to be like, wait, they used to have these studios with thousands, tens of thousands of people working for them? Holy crap, Bloxy, how you doing? That's insane. Why would you even have such a big studio? So I do think the future is just going to catch these guys completely unawares. Cedia, the reason I don't want to say 5 years is you still have a number of companies that have at least generational support. You take a company like Blizzard, for example. Blizzard will only fail once its current generation of players die out, which is happening. We know that World of Warcraft is performing very poorly with young people. In fact, almost no young people are picking up World of Warcraft. So this means that in the next 30 to 40 years, the audience that once played World of Warcraft will either be dead or so old that they can no longer play it. Sad days, but that's the truth. I fall into that category. So the people that's that old, I don't play WoW anymore. But fundamentally, once those people remove themselves, companies like Blizzard will most likely die, but not before that. Florin, how are you doing? Copycat games, aka AI games, that will more or less copy and paste video games en masse. Don, I do think that's a real problem. And I think that is something that should be stopped, because as good as I think AI is for a lot of things, it can also be used by nefarious people to do nefarious shit, right? And that's really the thing that I most want to avoid in the AI space. I want AI to make developers' lives easier. I want AI to offer bigger games with more art, more assets, larger worlds, because the more we can free people up using AI to do the mundane tasks, the more time they have to actually make brilliant games, right? Craft phenomenal storylines, because they're no longer bogged down with normal nonsense. But that also opens the ability for bad actors to just copy entire games, make it with AI and be done with it. I hope that doesn't become a thing that's too big. And Thundercool, literally the video that I did about Marvel Rivals just went live, I think, on my channel. So I did talk about the Marvel Rivals thing. I'm just in that video debunking all of the lies around it, because I see a lot of people claiming, doesn't matter how successful the game is, clearly layoffs will hit every studio. So I just needed to debunk a couple of lies. Lace, how you doing? I do not cover WoW lore at the moment. Cake, how you doing? That's what's happening in AAA. Slim, yeah, we have the same saying everywhere. Too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the broth. And yeah, that is pretty much it. It's not what used to happen in AAA. Back when, if you wanted 50 types of trees in your game, you would need an artist to physically design 50 types of trees. Right? Like, these things would have been sketched from the ground up. With AI, you now maybe design 2 or 3, and the AI will design 50 variations based on the 3 models that you provided it. So now you can have a lot more variety without ever having to design it. You just need to design the core concept art for it, and the AI will just do the rest. And as these AI models continue to learn, you're going to get to a point where you don't even need to design AI or art assets. You have so many art assets already from all of your other games that the AI can just come up with whatever style you want for your game, so you can focus on other things. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not still going to get games that's like hyper focused on doing everything by hand. You can look at a company like Larian Studios. Their games, they tend to take a long time to make. They tend to put a lot of effort into their games. And so those games will probably still be hyper stylized by actual artists making actually everything. But for your bog standard game, think of your Call of Duties, think of your sports games. Those are pretty much, I think, all going to be AI assisted in the very near future. Well, yeah. I'm not suggesting that AI is fully ready to take over development. And people who are in the industry will probably know a lot more about that. I know my brother, for example, is he's a graphic designer. And he's pretty worried about it. Luckily for him, his direct position isn't currently in sort of the firing line. But if AI continues to advance the way that it does, his position even will eventually become obsolete, as you no longer need, you can just have the AI do it for you. It is, but Kicklaw, this also opens the door. As I have said many times, will AI cost a lot of people jobs? Yes. But that was true for the printing press as well. When the printing press came out, millions of people lost their jobs. That's just how it is. That does not mean that the printing press was a bad idea. It was a very good idea. Automation, another great example. When automation became a thing, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people lost their jobs overnight. But think of all the jobs that automation has created in the meantime. Think of the amount of businesses we have today versus the businesses that we had back in the day. Technological advancement always comes with immediate downsides and long-term upsides. The only difference between us now and us 100 years ago, the majority of people celebrated the advancements, right? They understood that life is going to be tough for a short while, but they understood that there's a future involved here. There's something to look forward to in the future that will be different to what we had right now. These days, we're almost hell-bent on remaining in the past at the or to ensure that no one's feelings get hurt. So if AI means that a lot of people will immediately lose their jobs, but will in the future create a lot of new jobs, we can't have AI because we don't want people's feelings to be hurt now. And so, well, if we don't hurt some feelings now, we have to stop all advancements in everything. Even food production advancement needs to stop. Because every advancement in the food production industry means people lose their jobs. With the advancement from an ox, sort of plowing your field to a tractor doing it, do you think some people lost their jobs as a result of that? Yes. Because previously, if you wanted to very quickly plow a piece of field or a field, you needed many ox and people to guide the ox as it plows the field. Now a single tractor could do what 50 oxes would take 2 days to do, the tractor can do in a couple hours, right? I know it's longer than that, depending on the size of the fields that you're working on, right? But fundamentally, you have to accept the downsides with the upsides. Yeah, I mean, just something as silly as that. Something as silly as emails. You don't even think about that. But the ability to send emails completely destroyed postal services throughout the world. I mean, you go back 50, 60 years, the postal service in most countries was thriving. Because if you wanted to share any sort of communication with anyone else that couldn't just be a phone call, you had to write a letter. You had to buy a stamp. You had to write that letter, send it by post, and the other person will receive it a couple of weeks later. Now, you just write an email. As quickly as that. Who rides a car has no right to complain about jobs being destroyed. So many horses and carriages lost their jobs. The phone destroyed the mail system. Robertson, how you doing, bro? The phone, the email. Even things like fax was completely made obsolete. All of those people who made fax machines were obsolete so quickly as a result of emails and the internet. Might have to write the letter multiple times. The autophone exchange was huge. I think we fundamentally have to accept the good with the bad. There is gonna be bad stuff that happens, sure. There's nothing we can do about that, but that's par for the course. Do you guys remember when phones in cars was a thing? For all of 5 minutes. The new Elon Musk AI Grok can now generate games like Tetris. Yeah, I've used Grok 3. Grok 3 is actually insane. I was having a conversation with Grok earlier today because I was doing some research, and the way I use Grok and also ChatGPT, I just use them as advanced search engines Because sometimes I want to search something like, say, for example, women in video games. When you just type in women in video games, Google shows you all of the support arguments, right? It never shows you the negative stuff. When you use things like ChatGPT or Grok, it shows you all of the arguments. So you can actually see the different studies that was done that maybe prove things differently to what is actually claimed. So I like to use it as an advanced search engine. And I was talking to Grok, and I asked Grok a question about Don't Nod and any sort of government affiliations and DEI affiliations. And Grok gave me this incredible sort of layout and argument, pro and con arguments for DEI and government funding for Don't Nod. And then I started diving into Don't Nod's partners, the people that fund Don't Nod. And I literally asked it about Primary Bid, one of its funders. And all I asked was, who funds Primary Bids? And Grok 3 gave me the funding of Primary Bids, all of the links to the websites that show who funds them, but then said, as it relates to your previous question, here are the links between Primary Bid and DEI, as I assume you would want to know about that as well. And I thought, wow. It's now not just advanced search, it's even searching for the things that I didn't ask it to search for based on what I'm searching for at the time, which is nice. It's nice when it does that. Aspen is coping about Avowed. Thundercool, I will never say that someone is coping about a game, because liking video games, and anyone that's in the video game, I don't know if we have people in the video game industry here, but Slots, I'm assuming you work in the video game industry, but anyone that's ever worked in the video game industry, anyone that makes videos in it, anyone that just sort of plays it, will know that gaming is incredibly subjective. Right? Liking video games is a very subjective thing. This is why I never trust anyone that makes objective reviews. You can't make objective reviews. You can make a review, but that review is always going to be subjective. So when someone like Asmongold says that Avowed is 7 out of 10, my immediate argument to that is to him, right? That the sales don't bear that out.
Avowed release date, and it's looking pretty rough on Steam charts. Oh yeah, I forgot. So it literally just came out right now. Well, I guess we'll give it a couple hours and we'll see what happens. And I told you Avowed would peak at under 25K. No, it's not. See, it's at 14, guys. So if you follow the trends.
For those of you at home, Baldy just realized the game's player count already peaked for the day.
I really think that Avowed is going to hit 40 to 50K players. I think
I love how he's being roasted by his own people.
my bet. No way. No way it only goes to 50. There's no way. It's out on Game Pass. Not fair comparison. It absolutely is a fair comparison. There are tons of other games that are released on Game Pass. Was Stalker 2 on Game Pass? Yes, it was. Yeah, 121K. Big dick game. It's almost doing better than Avowed is right now, 3 months after the release. It flatlined. There's no way. Like, I have to issue an apology. Yeah, I will. Like, I haven't been wrong like this in a while. That's crazy. Avowed, Skyrim plus... Oh, man. That's bad.
Is that wrong?
Really
Oh, man. The editors of Asmon is just peak. Just absolute peak editors. Yeah, Avowed's not doing well, boys. Avowed is not having a great time. You can see this was their latest peak from yesterday. It is not doing well. Rakan, just to be fair, the bounty system is actually not that utilized by many streamers. Like, there are streamers that use the bounty system. Yes, I have access to bounties as well. I've just never used them. But there are access to bounties. But more importantly, there are a lot of streamers who specifically don't play bounty games because there is this sort of wink, wink, you have to like this. Otherwise, you don't get the money. And a lot of streamers don't want to really waste their time doing that. He outed himself with Veilguard review? Wait, who outed who with Veilguard review? What happened? Calamity, how you doing? So context, they will probably influence the Matt, and Matt says he wants to move into the woods. Well, he can soon. Matt hopefully soon will live in the woods. You know, if this game continues to do as well as it is, Matt might find himself finally, getting his wish of going to live in the woods. Syrians, so they will be compared. Bad review is one thing, but mass deleting comments is a whole other. Can you guys tell me who the hell you're talking about? Mortisimal is a YouTube reviewer? Okay, what did Mortisimal do?
I will do anything for money.
Oh, Maddie.
Can't wait, we now replace all localization teams in the West. They keep butchering JRPG games and anime/manga with censorship and injecting woke.
I really appreciate the $5 super chat, Maddie. You are a champion. I really appreciate that, sir. I don't know if actually, no, you are right. Sorry, I'm reading other chats as well. That's probably the one job that will be decimated by AI in literally the very, very, very near future. We will absolutely see the decimation of localization teams because AI can already do most of that localization, and it'll probably be able to do it perfectly within the next, within the next few years. It'll be able to perfectly localize pretty much everything. Okay, so why is there a conversation happening? So, Robertson, I would just say, are you absolutely sure that Mortisimal deleted comments? Because there is something that you need to... I get accused of deleting comments all the time on my YouTube channel. If you think I actually give a shit about bad comments on my channel, you're out of your mind. I couldn't care less. If you want to, you've commented, bro. That's a tick for me in YouTube going, well, clearly they love this video. We should show this video to more people. So I couldn't care less if people want to comment bad comments. But YouTube themselves removes comments. Oh, Robertson, no, I'm asking sort of in general because there's Tekla and people are arguing about it. I want to know, in general, are you sure that Mortisimal deleted comments? Because sometimes YouTube will just remove certain comments. And I don't know where they go, because there is a place where YouTube holds comments, but a lot of time comments aren't even held. YouTube just gets rid of it. Isn't deleting comments? He's still being weird, chill for awful games, considering his good track record. Never underestimate the power of the good old culture war, Calamity. What did he... Can you give me a link to this Mortisimal? To his Dragon Age review specifically. Slomo Life, how are you doing, sir? But sometimes it's a podcast, and I either lose my train of thought or have to edit it 20 times and go 4 through 59, this and that and that. The Avengers, I still appreciate it. Let's just quickly see. Yeah, I'm assuming this is the guy you guys are talking about, Mortisimal Gaming. Where is... Where is his Avowed? Because that will tell me everything I need to know. Actually, this will also tell me. Hold up.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you some thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows after playing the game via a preview event, which I'll explain momentarily, but seeing how people had been asking me whether or not I wanted to review this essentially since it was announced, I figured this would be a pretty good time to jump in and see whether it was worth it or not to me, because personally I have not played an Assassin's Creed game since the second title. So it is admittedly not a franchise I am terribly up to date on, but like I mentioned, people kept asking about it, so I figured at the very least I could bring you guys some gameplay, show you some systems, give you some first-hand information while also deciding whether or not it would be worth my time. Though speaking of time, we do have a little more, as this game was recently pushed back to March 20th, I believe, which is honestly probably for the best given how absolutely packed February was. But with that stuff out of the way, let's dive into what this preview was and my thoughts on it, naturally. So several months ago, originally before all of the delays, Ubisoft reached out, asked if I wanted to take part in a remote preview. Now, obviously that preview happened, but several months later, this past week in January. Now, the way these remote
Dude, just looking at the combat, it looks so sticky. There's no flow.
previews work is that they stream the game to your computer, meaning that I was not playing it natively on my own hardware, but I was playing it in my own house. And then following that, they send you the footage afterwards. This is so they can record it
natively take care of
on their
yourself.
own machines where it's actually being played at, but realistically, I can't comment much on its actual performance, though the game was being streamed to me at 1080, and truth be told, the recording looks better than what I was playing due to things like stream quality. So when you put all of that together, it means I can't really comment on its overall performance at the moment because obviously what they were streaming to me would have been a handcrafted demo for the press anyway, and it wasn't even on my own hardware, so I have no idea how it's running really. With that in mind, however, the build that I played was a work in progress. Mind you, anytime you see these like press gameplay builds, they're usually a month or two behind where the actual build is now. So theoretically some stuff might change here, though realistically given the timing I would say it's most likely that things like exact numbers of specific skills, that type of thing would change, as opposed to like complete overhauls. But nonetheless, in this build, I played through the prologue and the mid-game quest. They didn't want to show off the prologue, so basically like the open world mid-game is most of the footage I have to show you. And the prologue itself was basically just the introduction of the dual protagonists, Yasuke and Naue. As intros go, they were pretty decent. I did like Naue's more, even though I preferred playing as Yasuke, but his introduction was a little lackluster. Now story-wise, I'm a little out of date with my Assassin's Creed knowledge, as you might imagine, having last
Tony, how you doing, bro?
basically. But essentially we're going to guide these two characters, playing as both of them as we see fit, tackling a sort of shadowy cabal that is trying to take over and control much of feudal era Japan, specifically I believe the Sengoku period. So there's that. Now, the dual protagonist is pretty readily integrated into the way the story is. You can swap between them as you see fit. It even plays into exploration a little bit, which we'll talk about in just a second, but also you can play through different parts of missions with one or the other character. Each of them represents an archetype. Naue is more of your traditional assassin, whereas Yasuke is much more of a warrior and prefers the direct approach. And while you can do fighting with Naue or stealth with Yasuke, they are a little worse at it than the other. This largely means that if you're going for the typical assassin gameplay, Naue would typically be your best bet, but straight up combat feels better with Yasuke. In spite of that, there are some progression systems to be aware of, namely gear and knowledge and skill points. So I didn't mess around with this a a ton. But
dude, this is literally the same gearing. It's even the same UI as Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like, nothing's changed here.
But it looks like you will be acquiring gear. Each bit of gear will have different sets available to you that will then augment your abilities, of course. And then as you participate in the open world, gain experience, interact with various things to do, you'll gain knowledge points, which you can then spend on one of the game's various skill points for each character, making them better at that specific thing. As an example, you could get a proper brutal assassination, as it calls it, for Yasuke, which unparry. Interesting stuff to me personally that they were doing was actually to do with the open world. So this relates to both the main objectives, but also just general exploration. So the part of the game I played took place in the province of Harima, where we were tracking down...
Oh, okay, never mind. I get a sense of the kind of reviewer that he is. Does he ever does he ever do reviews where he just outright calls a game bad? Like, has that ever happened? Because the thing is, a lot of reviewers do what you would call these sort of milquetoast reviews, right? Where they'll say negative things about the game, so they'll mention that this wasn't really that fun or this wasn't really that fun. But you still get a sense that the overall feel or vibe of the review is supposed to be positive. It's not supposed to really focus too much on the negative stuff. This is 100% to protect access. The second you start saying mean stuff, you're going to lose access. So it's sort of like, it's the perfect system because it sort of guarantees self-censorship. You might want to say this is the worst game you've ever played, but you don't want to be censored. And you don't want to lose your access. And so you self-censor and you say, I've played better. That's a nice way of saying this is really shit. You wanted raw? Fat Tony, I think if you want raw reviews, the man that you would need to go to is a guy by the name of Worth a Buy. So Worth a Buy, the channel called Worth a Buy, is probably one of my favorite reviewers in the video game review space because you get it raw. He does not mince words. That guy loses his mind and he says exactly what he thinks as he tries games. So yeah, what do you mean the synthetic man worth a buy argument? What's happening there? You want to keep their access? He loves all stories, and if he doesn't like the story, Velgard, I didn't care for the story, just gameplay. Oh, Leo. Okay, I get what you mean. It might also be just recency, right? Again, it is always important to remember that all reviewers are going to attack a game from their own biases. And so you kind of have to accept that with it. That's why I rarely make decisions based on a single review. If I'm going to buy a game, I'm usually watching multiple reviews of that game before I make my final judgment. But usually I also look at what I'm seeing and not just listening to what the person is saying. One's disingenuous, the other is just confrontation averse. Who's the disingenuous one? The Vengeance. Pretty odd during BOF and Shadowlands era. Yeah, he's seen being good or bad, and Bavra lying to the public. Synthetic man called Worth a Buy out on the hypocrisy. And Worth a Buy, as usual, says Synth is a Nazi and doesn't care. What? Worth a Buy actually used the word Synth is a Nazi. Because that sounds like Worth a Buy then really changed. Because he used to make fun of everyone being called Nazis. Neurotonic, how you doing, sir? Didn't even see you were live. Hey, happy to have you here, sir. All these videos were negative. Massey, who? Whose videos were negative? But you can find the clip of him addressing the topic. Oh, Balila. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'm I think with Balila, my personal opinion on Balila is I have always found him to be relatively honest in his approach to things. But I also think that there is definitely a sense of Balila doesn't like too much confrontation. So Balila will give his honest thoughts on something, and he'll be as honest as possible. And I think specifically in the World of Warcraft space, he's so large that there's no way they can really cancel him for anything. But I think also at the same time, Balila doesn't like too much confrontation. So you have that famous video where Balila is talking about, I can't remember what game it was now even. But there was a game where Balila was talking about, what was it again? I'm just going to fix this quickly because I realize you guys can't hear shit. Yeah, Balila doesn't get involved in the culture war. So whenever he needs to blame something, he'll try to find reasonable things to blame. Can you guys hear the sound in the background now for the game? But there was a pretty big game where Balila made all sorts of, like, the game had a massive controversy around the culture war. And Balila blamed everything except for the culture war. I remember because I even called him out on it. But now I can't remember what it was. No, Pale Beyond was his game. No, it's a different game. If we're talking about the elephant in the room, it was Alan Wake. No, I don't think it was the Alan Wake stuff. It was Alan Wake. You're absolutely correct. I think it was Alan Wake. He was talking about, you know, all of the things that was wrong with the game, but not focusing on the actual reason why people were angry, or at least why people were upset. I don't want to follow their rules. I'll follow my own rules. Thank you. A few swipes of Blizzard at one time, but he's always been, like I said, Balila doesn't like risk and he doesn't like confrontation. So if he knows that he's about to say something that's going to lead to massive confrontation, he's just not going to engage with that. I need a piece of land to start on, boys. Wait, this is a terrible map. Why is this map so shit? This map is mostly just river. Not a single... Oh, here we go. There's some fish here. I guess I'll take this. Colonizing a land. Tip. Generate maps till you find the perfect one. Then I'll put a Walmart. We can probably make it work with this one. We'll just... Yeah, we'll just operate like this for now. Should be fine. Use a map of the islands and a river to make an island city. This guy's probably super nice too. What made people mad about Alan Wake? Can anyone enlighten me? Just the DI. It was so clear that DI was involved in that game, or at least heavily being pushed in the game. That for a lot of people, it was just like, dude, come on. And also the performance of the game wasn't that great. I'm talking now from what I remember. So... you know, there's going to be multiple sides to this story, effectively. But from what I remember, the performance of the game was really not good. When the black protagonist was stated to be a Viking, it was kind of ridiculous. On the topic of him avoiding confrontation, he made a big fuss on Twitter about KCD2 recently. About the whole gay scene and how we're all, you know, because we don't accept it. Yeah, I think that's probably the thing that annoys me most about the arguments around, you know, when I look at people who blame everyone else for not accepting woke video games. The thing that annoys me most about that is the fact that if you don't accept it, you're some kind of Nazi, right? You're a Nazi because you won't accept woke video games. I mean, it's just sort of like, dude, if it really didn't matter, why the hell did you put it in the game in the first place? Like, if it truly doesn't matter, then why is it in the game? I don't understand. Why am I a Nazi for refusing to accept this thing that's in the video game that clearly matters because you clearly put it there for a reason. And now we're supposed to pretend like you didn't just put that into the game for a specific reason. Are they going to build another house there? Or are they going to be pieces of shit and not build another house there? Go cut some wood, boys. Yeah, okay, they're building another house. That's good. Well, there's not just one. There's 3 gay scenes in the game, including with Musa. Wait, there's a gay scene with Musa? Doesn't he hate white people? Pretty sure Musa hates white people, no? Like, he said it too. And someone defending DI in video games, someone asked in the comments why the creator thought DI is important, and he replied with, because it's common sense. Weird user's point. How is DI common sense? I'd love to get an argument for that. Like, if anyone ever knows of an argument for it, I'd love to know. Who's in black? Is this game complex like Factorio or Dyson Sphere program? Kick, kind of, but not quite as complex. The game is, I would say, reasonably complex. Yeah, I'd say it probably gets hard the second your town really starts to explode. I imagine that's when you're gonna, like, struggle. Oh, I don't have a place to make food. All right, boys, let's collect us some food. We'll do the food store there. I love that guy's content, I swear. Who? Advanced goods like jewelry and clothes. Cool. Like every other city builder. It's a fun city builder. It has a pretty unique sort of concept. The concept for the game is definitely unique. Oh, is it going to be able to build the city here? Or is it going to... it's not going to build the house there, is it? Oh! It actually builds the house. Beautiful. Design your own castles. Yeah, manor and castle. Yeah. There's some unique design, so you can do your own stuff, kind of. But I wouldn't say that it's fully unique in that sense. Like, you're still sort of limited with the kind of buildings that you can use. Clean, how you doing? You can only use certain kinds of buildings, and you can only do certain kinds of things. But it's fun. I enjoy it, at least. I find it to be a very fun game. We should probably get... a sawmill up and running. Is this really where I want to build the sawmill, though? Yeah, why not? Watched a video yesterday of someone defending DI in video games. So on your point, X-Rave, you see, for me, one of my biggest problem is people throwing around the word common sense are almost always the people that genuinely don't know what the word even means. I watched a video where the Maori confronted a pride march in New Zealand then peacefully walked away. A commenter posted, pretty primal and not in a good way. Truth might hurt. I responded with, so when you say Operation Date, someone posted a response to me, embarrassing response. Good thing you don't feel any shame. Answered back with, if you think I'm the one that should be feeling shame, then you have a few screws loose yourself. Nice. To be honest, I love the first halves of Colony Sims. Anno 1800 pushed my mental bandwidth. Yeah, but Anno sucks. Anno sucks. I genuinely think Anno is just a terrible game. And the reason Anno is a terrible game is because of the design of that game is almost purposefully made in such a way that you cannot not be annoyed at the game. Because it goes from being just an ordinary city builder to a city builder on psycho drugs. Which I think is literally just bad optimization. It's just bad design. What's happening to all this wood? And why are you guys struggling to get wood? Chop down all of this crap, boys. Get me wood. Yeah, my woodcutters are not cutting wood. There we go. We're a village. What do you know, boys? We are a village. Give my people some berries. We don't have berries yet, but we'll have berries soon. I'm sure. In time, we'll have berries. Not to get. Do you think wood grows on trees? My apologies. I realize now that wood is the hardest thing in the world to get. And what was I thinking? Of course. You know, please forgive me, guys. I didn't think. my boy, how you doing? Warforged Benji, how you doing, sir? I am doing very, very well. Thank you very much for asking. I'm just playing video games, trying to get a small little town or county off the ground when my people refuse to actually cut down trees. In fact, wood is universally rare, isn't it? Wait, is wood... Like, are we talking real world now? Are you asking me a question about whether or not wood is really actually rare? Because I don't think wood is really actually rare. What do you mean, what happened to WoW? I don't think anything really happened to WoW. No, I'm not playing it at the moment. Might in the future, but not right now. Not as long as the developers continue to be ideologically captured. I love your videos. Oh, wow, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, sir. Me and WoW are just currently having some political disagreements. As soon as they go back to just making video games and getting the politics out of their game, I'll go back to playing the game. Can you guys build stuff that actually matter? Like this, for example. I need this. Get me the Stonecutter's Camp. Why is wood so completely obnoxiously hard to get? So, we're WoW players that don't play WoW. Who else here is driving and watching Akalon? Wait, Warforged, you're driving? I mean, I appreciate the commitment, but please be safe. Do not just look at the screen. But Agent, how you doing? Yeah, Village Center, look at that. They're just chilling around some... I wish you could actually upgrade the Village Center. That would have been nice, actually.
Hey.
Hi, Curran. Thanks for the follow, sir. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are too kind. Lauren, how you doing? We'll finally be able to afford a brand new house in WoW. Yep. Are you looking forward to that? Kyle Hickey at Blizzard. Kimmy, how you doing? Who the hell is Kyle Hickey? I wonder if I should purchase another territory. It would be free. But all of the territories suck so much. I'm probably gonna need this territory before I need that one. No, this isn't the squiggly line game. Although you can also design things in this game that doesn't follow trains. Like, look at these houses. I made each of these houses the exact same size. And guess what these assholes do? 3 of them kind of figure out how to follow a line. 1 of them goes, screw all lines. I will just build... Everyone else builds their home here, right? With, like, a nice line. This guy goes, screw it. Mine will be on the other side. So that kind of annoys me, but what am I supposed to do? I just need to accept that this guy is autistic as shit. Yeah, very individualistic, which is hyper annoying, actually. Oh, of course, housing is inefficient. I don't want to do that. Let's do this instead. Do I actually... I'm gonna have to build it a little bit further away. I'm screwing up my own lines, boys. I'm screwing up my own lines. I'm a little annoyed at this. This reminds me of the Guild 2 a bit. John, how you doing, sir? Here's the one with the TISM. I came back for a while after 2 expansions. I kind of like it currently. Maybe because there was so much stuff that needs to be explored or something. Warforged, I have no problem with that. My problems with WoW is purely story. And very specifically, the story is just too politically charged for me to really enjoy it. But I fully understand how people can love the game and enjoy it. But I see a lot of people complaining, which is actually quite interesting. I didn't expect so many people to complain about WoW. I'm off to play some Mass Effect. Have a good one. Massey, take care, man. See, the complexity of this game start to come in at this. So your people that work in these buildings, they're obviously living in the town. And you have to be... You have to make sure that they're not too far away from their place of work, because if they live too far away from work, it takes them forever to get home, but also to get back to their place of work. So it becomes a nightmare. Fadajan, I would say this is a really fun game. Really, really fun game. How can they fumble such a good first raid? Like, I don't even want to step foot. Boring. They outplayed it. Then we just... Wait, has it actually been 6 months? Sounds crazy to me. 6 months? Really? Doesn't feel like it's been 6 months. It feels like it's been more than 6 months. In Kata, even MOP, all these expansions had multiple raids at the start and then slow down to be the single raid tier patches. The hype has been lost in the beginning of the expansions because there's not enough content to do. Titanborn, I have a different opinion on World of Warcraft. I don't think the problem with World of Warcraft is the fact that there's not enough hype. I think the problem with World of Warcraft, or that there's not enough content. I think the major problem with World of Warcraft is the fact that there's the content that you do have isn't the content that you do have isn't unique. When you really go and you look at all of the content in World of Warcraft, the one thing that you will find consistently within WoW is that no matter the patch, no matter the zone, no matter the raid, it's the same stuff. It's just sort of rehashed and rebranded every single time, but it's never unique. Nothing that comes out is super different to anything else. It's usually exactly the same thing. Get gear too easily and it doesn't significantly increase your power outside of pushing endgame anymore. That's definitely part of it. The biggest problem with WoW is that every season you start over. Well, I wouldn't say that's the biggest problem. That's part of the problem. But yeah, it's too formulaic to me. The World of Warcraft has embraced formulaic game design, which is never good. You shouldn't be too formulaic. But, as I've said in the past, we, as the player base, is to blame for the game being as formulaic as it has become. it is our fault. You can either ask for a lot of content, or you can ask for good content. You can very rarely ask for good content and a lot of content. Simplified as well. It's definitely way more simplified than what it used to be. That is super. And it's funny when you look, the version of WoW that people consistently return to and love is Classic, where the journey, the adventure was a lot more at the forefront. It was less about, it was less about the raids. It was less about the dungeons or even the PvP. It was primarily about the adventure. Whereas nowadays, it's sort of like the game launches, the leveling experience is really basically just a preamble for you to get into endgame, because the game really only starts in endgame. You know, like once it hits endgame, now the game kicks off, and now you can actually play the game, which is not how it should be. Daily quest, do your weekly chests, do your mythic plus, do your raid, do this, do that. Florin, I haven't read any guides. I don't like guides. I like to figure shit out myself. And the game is made easy with the fact that all of it is unlocked. So you don't just dive in and, suddenly have to figure out everything. You unlock stuff, so you basically play in a way that goes, okay, I'm going to unlock clothing next. This means that I'm going to do sheep farms, weaver huts, and I'm producing 1 cloth in exchange for 3 wool, and the tailor shop makes 2 common clothes in exchange for 1 cloth. So I kind of get a sense of what I'm going to be building, and so you can focus on different parts of the game as you continue to level up. Pitchforks ones were gonna lead to bad juju, and yep, we got the great blandness of Mop. Sad thing is, though, you have so many people that love Mop. What do we do about that? Oh, so this is just to make things even more miserable. I don't like Mop. Well, there's a lot of people that think Mop was one of the best expansions World of Warcraft ever had, though. Why is it taking so long? Oh, because we don't have planks. Because the plank production is super slow. Raguru, how you doing, sir? It's a nice game for me to chat with you guys, because I rarely have to focus on the game. I am just sitting here waiting for them to build a warehouse, so I can sit and chat, which is always fun for me. Area filled with rares. The issue is Timeless Isles was good because it was Timeless Isles, because it was unique. It was something that never happened before in World of Warcraft. Let's be real. Timeless Isles is now... But how many iterations of Timeless Isles have we had in World of Warcraft? 4? 5 different types of Timeless Isles? I think this is why I said one of World of Warcraft's biggest flaws at the moment, in my opinion, is the fact that it never comes up with It doesn't come up with new things anymore. Like, the housing system, I wish I could say is new, but let's be real. If I'm going to call housing in 2025 new, I'm going to have myself checked. Yes, it's not new. And that's my issue. World of Warcraft is never new. Everything's just the same. My opinion on WoD, I have a pretty spicy opinion on WoD. I think WoD was a great expansion. Gimme, that's true. But also, at the same time, devs are the ones that need to ensure that we don't, that players don't get stuff that ultimately ruins the game for them. Stop taking risks. They stopped making cool classes. They really screwed up. We need more classes, more cool spells, abilities. Like, where is the Tinker? We've had this literally since class. The first boss of Datemines is a Goblin Tinker, but no. We don't have it as a class. Do you guys truly believe that another class will save World of Warcraft? Bannerlord, isn't Bannerlord's, hasn't that launched long ago? Bergiru, I agree with you that World of Warcraft isn't all doom and gloom. That I absolutely fundamentally agree with. The argument, however, for me at least, when it comes to World of Warcraft, it isn't so much that it's doom and gloom. I'm not suggesting that there's just no way forward and doom and gloom is completely, or World of Warcraft is completely destroyed. It's more a case of, I don't see an avenue at the current moment for World of Warcraft to gain new players. It keeps its players because, obviously it does. But I don't think it gets new players. Not anytime soon. And sadly, games need new players. If you don't have new players, you're going to struggle. Mana Lords has released. We played Mana Lords, Pringles. I think you were here when we were playing Mana Lords. Please tell me this is 2. Okay, it's 2. That's good. Pringles, don't even get me started, man. World of Warcraft shouldn't even be focused on... What's funny to me is World of Warcraft has this massive focus on getting more women or more female representation into the game. Guess which MMO has the fewest amount of women playing it? That's right, World of Warcraft. Now, to be fair, MMOs in general aren't really popular amongst women, with Final Fantasy being the top end when it comes to MMOs, where about 26% of all female players that play on PC actually play Final Fantasy 14. With World of Warcraft, that number is about 18%. That's not 18% of the player base, mind you. Lexel, how you doing? That's 18% of all women who play video games on PC, which is already about 44% 64% of all women that play video games play exclusively on mobile. They don't play on PC. So you have about 44% that play PC. Of the 44% that play PC, only about 29% prefer games like Final Fantasy XIV, and only 19%. Actually, it actually lowers even further, because the overwhelming majority of women that do play on PC prefer cozy games. So they play cozy games, things like Sims, things like Animal Crossing. These games are hyper popular amongst women on PC. Then you have about 30%, I think it's less than 30%, but they'd say 30% because I can't remember the exact number. About 30% of women who do play games on PC prefer RPGs over like casual, super casual games. And even in that, they prefer more casual RPGs to more competitive RPGs or MMOs. So when you actually start to break down the numbers, it doesn't make sense to focus on female representation in games like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV for that matter, because you are effectively focusing on an audience that just fundamentally does not really exist, at least not in your game. Mobile, Stardew Valley. I don't think this is all Blizzard's fault. People aren't really looking for a game like that anymore. I mean, we are. We want a new fun WoW. I don't know that we MMORPGers are a big percentage anymore. That is definitely true. I mean, I prefer games like Red Dead, Dark Souls, etc. over WoW. If I hadn't played it since I was 14, I wouldn't be playing WoW right now, and I like games that are challenging. That's why I play Mythic Plus. You would be considered the exception to the rule, though, Excel. Been in Azeroth since Golden TBC days. She got few breaks, long and short, as I have ever since started 8 million after launch. The thing is, the whole of the gaming industry is currently out of its mind. And I always find it funny when we look at the gaming industry. It's funny to me how little focus these game developers actually have. Because it seems to me that women clearly loved the games of the past. That's why they played the games of the past, right? You take the old World of Warcraft, the fact that the women that played World of Warcraft shows that they didn't mind the fact that it was more of a male-dominated hobby because that spoke to them as players. And I think the same is true for Final Fantasy. I think the same is true for just about every other game in the space. The God of Wars, the Red Dead Redemptions, things like that. So when you see this sort of, this twist of the gaming industry to now be more female-focused, I can't help but ask the question, why? Gonna see, I can't drown villagers. For some reason, villagers don't really die in this game. At least not yet. Oh, but we can now do some trading. Planks. Let's sell some planks. Let's do above 20. On my upbringing, I didn't really get that many girly toys. I just got a PC and PlayStation. My parents' relatives just kept buying me random games they'd see in game stores. That helps. They want more world first women raiders. The issue is most women don't do that. Alright, we need more wood. I definitely concur with that. More wood would be more better. See, and now you get into, so this is the next step. So you unlock these improvements, and now you can sort of go into, you can put a wooden wagon down, or a wood depot, or a deceptively large wood depot. This is an improvement, and it increases the amount of wood that can be stored. Then you have this that increases the amount of workers that can work in it, and another one that increases the amount of workers that can work in it. No, I screwed up. Okay. Now let's do one worker total. And finally, I guess they'll blame main as to why they can do pro female players don't want attention. They just play their game, and 9 times out of 10 they don't even tell people that they're female. I don't know if I necessarily agree or disagree with that. I don't have enough information on how many women are willing to reveal that they are indeed women. So I can't really speak to that. John, take care of yourself, sir. Oh, rock on. You have no idea, fam. You think that's the only thing? Dude, if we were to talk about actual fraud, you have seen nothing yet. South Africa, I wouldn't be surprised if there is so much fraud that happened in South Africa as a result of USAID. You guys have never seen, dude, we are the country that we're specialized. Every country has a specialization, right? South Africa is specialized in corruption. It's what we do. It's kind of like a national event. Some years ago in the DMs, I can imagine the DMs are bad, but I think also women need to understand the DMs are not necessarily malicious. So I'll paint the picture for you. What kind of men primarily play video games? That has started to change over the course of the last few years. But young men, so very young men, but oftentimes nerds, awkward, sort of not necessarily well-adjusted, mainly because the hobby, it at least used to be a lot less, shall we say, social. So prior to Discord and the sort of, shall we say, what should I call it? Prior to the socialization, or shall we say the great socialization of video games, most gamers were not socially intelligent. They didn't really care much for socialization. And so if you are a woman in video gaming, right, playing video games, and you tell gamers, hey, I'm a girl, their natural response is sadly going to be to try their luck because they don't know any better. You know, they have no idea what the right way is to handle things. So they're going to reach out there. And I also have to say that I think some women kind of make a bigger deal out of things than what they necessarily should. I've seen some girls say some crazy crap. Like, I've seen some messages from guys where a guy will DM a girl, and then that girl will say, "Can guys please just stop being creepy?" And you look at what the guy actually sent, and you're immediately thinking, wait, that was being creepy? I don't think that was creepy. That was just the dude shooting his shot. Now, you could maybe argue that that's creepy, but the dude was just shooting his shot, and you can't really blame the man for at least trying. Your man's just trying to live, really. Left her millionaire husband for fake Brad Pitt scam? No. Wait, really? Damn. That sucks. Wait. Like, actually. And for social cohesion in Mali, what does this even mean? Most certainly blame OnlyFans models. I don't tell in-game because too many times everything goes fine. You're a good tank. Help me figure this out. Then if they find out, all of a sudden a co-tank can't handle knowing that girls can tank. Yeah, but we all know girls can't tank, Jimmy. This is true though. Based. Stoic, how you doing, bro? So here's the customization that you can sort of do, although this is just for the tax office. But so you can do this sort of, you build these towers, which is required. You're gonna unlock more things as you go, but then also just building like entrances and so on and so forth. I think I'm just going to keep this simple for now. Souls, how you doing? Just got you. I missed the conversation context, but I met my wife online and we've been happily married for 20 years this year. Souls, congratulations. The context is more talking about guys and the DMs that girls receive from men when they reveal that they are in fact women. And I do think that overwhelmingly the numbers are wildly overblown. I don't think as many guys are as weird. Because think about it this way. Most of the men that you will ever play video games with, I bet you, were very nice, very cool, not creepy or weird at all, right? They were very nice. Out of the 100 or maybe even 1,000 men that you were playing video games with, maybe you met 5 to 10 guys out of 1,000 that were creepy as shit. The rest were really nice. I mean, Pyarch, you're not wrong. The difference between sexual harassment and compliments is me, basically. If it's Brad Pitt, it's not sexual harassment. Let's be real. like FIFA do the whole DI thing. Like 1 year they release a game and it's only female football players. Not so much that, but they did include female football in the game, right? And when you actually look at the support that female football has, there's no reason to include female football in your face ain't bad. What an underhanded attack. I wouldn't even say that that's a compliment, because it's not even a compliment. It's like, yeah, your face is all right. I genuinely couldn't give 2 shits though. But thank you anyways. I appreciate the compliment. Even though it's not a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. I need to have enough people over for this tax collector business. Right. So this clearly can't be turned into a house. So may as well just remove that. And then this is gonna suck, but I have to do it. I don't really want to make it like this. Grayer, how you doing, sir? Gotta expand Aquaville. And of course, even the weirdos are just lonely, you know? It's not their fault. The Western society is that cruel. I'm not sure if it's just Western society, but how would you change that? Like, how do you fix the Western loneliness epidemic? See, the thing is, you have a couple of problems in society. Problem number one, you have quite a number of... So I watch these videos every once in a while. I'll watch these videos of girls being asked what their experiences are with Maine. And then sometimes you'll watch these videos where people will say things like, get rid. Not get rid. People will say things like, guys don't ask us out anymore. Like, you'll see these videos where girls say, guys have no backbone, they don't ask us out. You sort of sit there and you're throwing all of these sort of flirtations at the guy and he's just pretending like he doesn't even see it. But then you watch other videos where girls will literally demand the most obscene crap from guys. Like all of these rules that guys have to follow in order to ask a girl out. You take something benign, like for example, what's it called? Take something super benign, like consent laws, right? Or rules around consent. You live in an age now where if you hook up with a girl, in a lot of countries, this is literally true. I spoke to a French girl that said this is actually how it works. I think it's France or it might be Canada, but I think it's France. If you go out with a girl, and let's say you go to a club and you sort of hook up, if the next day she feels guilty or sad about it, she can accuse you of rape, and you need to then prove that you didn't do it. She can literally say, "I didn't want to have sex and he forced me." So you kind of need now almost like documents. You almost now need contracts where you can go, okay, sign this contract of consent, please, that says that you are indeed wanting to have sex with me. But then there's also this new push now where they're actually asking, instead of just getting consent, you have to have continuous consent, right? So the idea isn't just that you should have consent. Even if the girl came home with you, knew that you were going to have sex, helped you buy the condoms, no, you have to continuously check with her, is this actually something that she is consenting to? Keep in mind that she can literally change her mind at any time. And then girls ask, what's wrong with men these days? That does not sound like the kind of thing that I want to get involved in, especially considering I can be accused of doing something even if I did everything right. Now, Lakesal, as a Christian, I will fully agree with you. People shouldn't have sex outside of marriage. People should wait until marriage. But there's a lot of people who aren't Christians. They still need to date. They still need to get married. They still need to bring kids into the world. Because whether they're Christian or not, if they're lonely, bad ideas start to fester. So I'm not suggesting that we should make sex great again. But I am saying if you look at the way or the current state of the world, it starts to make sense why so many guys just stay away from it. Especially considering you can even be accused of sexual harassment just for saying hello to a girl. Like if you go up to a girl and you introduce yourself and you say, hey, how you doing? My name is X. Can I take you out for dinner? If you're working together, say it's someone that you work in the office with, you get all these new sorts of nonsense things of, if you're the manager, then you can't ask out any of the people that work for you or work under you because there's a power dynamic shift. It's like, what the hell are you talking about power dynamic? If you and the girl working under you it get along super well, why can't you ask her out? Is that really such a crime? Is that really a crime against humanity? It really just seems like the world has gotten ever more nuts. The 35, most of their eggs are dead though. I wouldn't say that. With modern eating habits and with modern access to food, access to medicine, women can actually have babies until quite late into their lives. So it's not quite as dire as it used to be. Like if you go back just 100 years ago, yes, women in their 30s are already in trouble. But that's luckily no longer that big of a deal. Rakan, what do you mean? Just because who can doesn't mean they should. You have the other problem as well. This is a new thing that started to poke its head out. Have you guys seen the new push for what people label as PDF filing? Like, dude, we've actually reached new levels of retardation. So you now have, and luckily, if you're not chronically on X like I am, you probably missed this. There was a guy, he's, I think, 29 or 30, and he's engaged to a girl that's 21. He is now being accused online, at least, not formally, but accused online of being a PDF file. Because she's 21 and he's 30 or 31. Yeah, because apparently age gap relationships are now basically just you being a PDF. But remember, these things don't really affect us because we look at this and we laugh. But if you're a young man, right, and you are maybe 30, 31, you meet a girl that's 21, do you really want to be famous for dating a girl? Probably not. So you're not even going to waste your time. You're not even going to buy into it because you don't want to be a part of that bullshit. And that's the world that we are in now. But I don't care how other people do their relationships, so long as it's legal age and consensual. Don't forget the PDFs. Try to get integrated. Yeah, you have that little phenomena as well, which is a whole different story. Become too weird. We need the USSR back. I think the West definitely does need a common enemy. Just so people can focus on other BS and not just on their own nonsense, effectively. But yeah, no, I mean, it's very awkward. One would say the game you're playing right now is kind of girly. Maybe. I mean, it's, at least in the beginning, is kind of very casual, like so. Hagmaxers. That's a nice word. We call it a kotelknoppie here in South Africa. So a man or a younger man that's dating a much older woman is called a kotelknoppie here. Which kotel is like a super old word for bed. And knoppie is like a super old word for lad. So it's like bed lad. Yeah, cradle robber is a little different though, Acedia, because cradle robber literally means that you're dating someone that is barely legal, right? So it is a little different, but in the same vein. In the same vein, yes. The game is only boring now because we're in the beginning of the game. Give it time and you'll see. It gets quite interesting as the game continues. Like soon you'll understand. I kind of want to actually... yes. Let's expand the forest. Oh, I need to buy that first. Damn it, I forgot. I still need to do all of this, Lexal. Still need to build a monastery, a castle, upgrade my monastery to a abbatial church, Court of Heroes, City Belfry. Like, there's so much that I still need to do. I just wish I could have more people so we can actually get this show on the road. Still getting it on their age. Good on them. Which is testosterone. It's the blood and guts. Kimmy, you know me. All of you know me. I like city builders. Like, this is my type of game. I can sit here for 10 hours a day playing these games and just absolutely be happy. This is my jam, this. I tend to actually be less in favor of like action. I don't play action games at all. I don't play fighting games at all. I like me a city builder, but I do need city builders that require sort of planning, logistics and stuff. Razor Pig, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beaver City Builder, Z Vengeance, because that game sucks. Let's get ourselves a bit broke, shall we? All right, fine, people. We'll get going in a second. So now we can quickly look here and say, paint this area instead. And then delete that area. How's the game? Was looking at having a crack. Razor Pig, this is super fun. This really is a crazy fun game. If you have the opportunity to get into it, it's a nice city builder. It starts off really nice because it really starts off super relaxing. And then it goes a little mental. I won't lie, it does get a little mental after a while. But still fun. Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is the wood cutting area. Should probably... I don't really need you guys to keep cutting this wood. The noise, stone dragging, what does that do? You're deleting painted areas. So if you want, for example, where they can cut wood, you have to paint that in for them. And if you want to know where to plant trees for the forester, for example, you need to paint that in. These housing areas here that you build also needs to be painted in. Did Akko finally do a chased hair reveal? Dude, chased hair? I might have like 10. I am definitely not the man you want to come to when it's chased hair. Natural disasters in this game? There's disasters, but I don't think natural disasters. There's like combat and attacks, and eventually you get these kingdoms. So here's all your trade partners that you're going to be trading with. But then you also have like kingdoms that might need armies and might attack, and at least that's what I gather. I haven't gotten that far yet. But yeah, there's no coming back from that. I've tried the Beaver City one. I have tried it. I don't like it. It's not really my jam. Dude, I feel like I'm just poor the whole time. Feels like I'm just poor the whole time. And these guys suck at actually... I'm probably going to have to unlock hunting. There's a small village, not like there's lots of money to be made. We'll need butchers for that as well. Yeah, I would need a lot of people to work in my bloody city so that I can do this shit. For the whole time, sounds like a real life simulator. Not wrong. Not wrong. I do need meat, but the issue with meat is if I don't have a lot of animals in my forests, I'm screwed with this. This might be either a very good decision or a mega poor decision. The other option, of course, is to go straight into clothing. But that requires way more buildings. Let's go for that. I can sell the meat. Now, let's see. Hunting. Well, kiss me in the nuts. I have a little bit of animals over here. All of the animals, of course, outside of my bloody kingdom. But I can't hunt here yet. I can't hunt here yet. Okay. What do you want? Oh, leave me alone, bro. I'm busy drowning in nonsense. Let's get the hunter's cabin sorted. We'll put it here, because why not? Close to the meat. Yeah, it's not yet in my influence. Having a hard time not grinning going to work this morning. About peaked at 17k last night. How are you doing today? Mondo, how are you doing, sir? I'm doing great. I mean, avowed failing to, shall we say, meet expectations is wonderful. Oh, wait, never mind. I have tons of meat. Oh. Dudes, we're fine. You guys were worried for nothing. Look at all the meat. Gotta say, I'm not hating that. And the butcher shop. Where's all the berry bushes? Quite far away, actually. It's fine for now, though. Yeah, we can just keep going as is. I need to build a butcher shop. Preferably somewhere close. But it needs to be in such a way that it doesn't... Yeah, I don't want to destroy these bushes. Let's build it over here. And now tell the granary we need meat. But there really is something beautiful about an art director telling gamers to suck a dick, and then gamers going right back to that art director and smashing him in the wallet. Dude, that is glorious stuff. You know, that is just such a beautiful thing. Dude, imagine if we still lived in the days of yore, where you and your friends set out and start your own little village. Genders, you are not alone, my friend. I'd be dead of exhaustion. Why? I'm a little brown. I don't think I'd fare well at all. Why? If you mean brown as in skin color, that's actually the perfect place to be. Because you'd be in Africa. The greatest thing about Africa is the fact that life was easy in Africa. It's why Africa never really had to progress. It's why when Europe was already using gunfire and ships, Africa was still using spears. Because life on the African continent was easy, chill. I don't like camping either, Kimmy. But do my people look like they're camping? Dude, what? How am I supposed... I could probably swing this by adding wood. Let's fill this bad boy up. SK, you'd be surprised. So crocodiles, no problem. Just don't go in the water. They'll leave you alone. Lions, also far less of a problem than you might think. Mambas and cobras, sure, problem, but again, not really a significant problem. The hippos are the worry. Yeah, but again, the hippos are only a problem if you're camping right next to the rivers. Otherwise, you'll be fine. You guys will be surprised how little wild animals really is a problem here in South Africa. Yeah, spiders, that would have been a problem, sure. I'm not going to sit here and suggest that spiders wasn't a really big concern, because it was. This is true. I wonder now. Probably need some space for meat. So we can sell meat. Logistics, marketplace, let's go. Stay away from the water, except that name me a civilization that did not start around water. Well, I never said stay away from the water. I said don't live next to the water. If you're about 200 meters or so away from the river, hippos are rarely going to venture that far out of the water to get food, and crocodiles is definitely not going to venture that far out to come grab food. Also, there is water in South Africa, like massive rivers in Africa that isn't full of hippos and crocodiles. Because neither of those do actually like fast running rivers. And there are plenty of those. What did I just pull? Oh, marketplace. Two more peeps. I'm sure there's something that needs more people. Oh. Crap. Almost ran out of... Almost ran out of wood. Where are your boats going? Oh, it's just a little fishing boat that comes fishing over here. I need to expand. Now the question is where to? See, because if I expand to this side, where am I going to build? This is a terrible map, actually. I hate this map. I hate everything about this map. But I think this side might almost be the best place to expand to so I can set up some farms. How the hell am I supposed to set up actual farms, though? Property and lease it to nobles. The nobles in this game suck. Faru, how you doing? Or Farusi, how you doing? Oh, boys. I hate this. I don't know where to expand to. See, I could come this way. But I think almost, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's iron. So that's going to almost force me to go iron mine. Unless I can connect both of these, which should give me... If I connect these 3, I have enough space for my goat farm or sheep farm. But that's 300 gold. Getting 300 gold is nuts. Plus, I'd be losing tax income because it's 5 coins a month. Just to keep up the property. Let's leave this for now. Why game journalists are making the Marvel Rivals layoffs seem high caliber when it kind of wasn't. Oh, that's not difficult. So there's a war currently happening within the gaming space between gamers, right? The normal gamers that just want normal video games back, and the journalists who want to push as much wokeness into video games as is humanly possible. Now, from the perspective of the gamers, we've had a number of W's over the last 3 years where we can point to a series of video games and go, look what happens when you make super woke video games. You get laid off, you lose your studios go bankrupt, screw you with your woke narratives. Now, Marvel Rivals and the studio being laid off by NetEase shoots that narrative in the foot, and you can go on X and you'll see all of the wokies are making this exact argument. Oh, we were told that woke games is what kills the gaming industry, and here you have a game that succeeded and did super well and yet layoffs because it fits the narrative. It helps them sell this narrative of it's not woke games that's killing the industry. It's just that the industry is dying, because apparently that's the other one, right? The current state of the industry is problematic. Those are basically your options. So that's why they're currently making it out to be this giant story when it really isn't. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's barely a story. Farouz, I think the other issue, of course, and this is something that a lot of people don't realize, is the current state of the industry, or a huge reason for why the industry is currently really struggling, is you have a not insignificant amount of game studios out there that have all of these satellite studios. So Ubisoft is a great example of this, where it's not just the Ubisoft studios, it's also the Ubisoft satellite studios that you have to worry about. And these support studios, actually, while they like to pretend like these support studios actually make life better, the support studios does not make life better. If anything, it makes development so much harder within the space. I mean, I've heard some horror stories from developers talking about the support studios, people who work at support studios who have told me they're working on features at some of these studios where the support studio is making a feature for the game that is already defunct. The feature was cancelled a few months prior, but that studio, the support studio, is still making that feature because someone just forgot to tell them, hey, we no longer need this feature. That's the current state of the industry. All this ignores the real underlying problems. Games became big and brought in people that are in it for the money and not for the games. Games need to be made by gamers. I know about those. There are support studios where I am, Middle East. Oh yeah, a lot of the support studios are found sort of outside of the developed world because it's oftentimes a lot cheaper. And then obviously you also have support studios all over the world just for localization support, which is, I think, as far as support studios go, or reasons for a support studio, that's probably not a bad reason, at least, for a support studio. For me, it's sort of a catch-22, though, if you really think about it. Because on the one hand, you are absolutely correct. A huge problem within the gaming space is the fact that there's a lot of people now in gaming that is far more interested in making video games or making money than what they are actually making video games. But now my question to you would be, what would you do? What would you do to change that? Because if gaming is successful, right? If gaming is successful, then people are going to sign up because they want to make money. If gaming isn't successful, then people then there's no gaming. So the question is sort of, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Nox says, how you doing, sir? B, to stop treating them like movies and wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on marketing. I agree with you, but no matter what happens, if gaming remains successful, people are going to continue. It's going to continue to attract vultures, people who just want to make money. The second it stops attracting people who just want to make money, it means that gaming is no longer successful, and therefore it stopped attracting money. So fundamentally, you're always in that catch-22 of, do we focus on making money or do we focus on passion? Now, of course, I would prefer if we focus on passion, although I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if the problem is just passion. Yeah, I'm gonna get triggered. Let me not even look at that. Most modern devs don't attach to their art. You need to believe your work is so much greater than you, and that applies to most art forms. If you turn your art into an assembly line, it will be bad art. well, most games these days aren't art anymore, right? Or isn't art anymore. You have to... How did gaming start? What was the original gaming sort of idea? It was people who made games that they themselves wanted to play. We spoke about this the other day, right? Almost every game that we look back to today, Morning, how you doing, bro? That we look back to today and sort of think fondly of had its origins in someone wanted to play this game and so they made this game. All of the great studios that we have today, the Ubisofts, the EAs, the BioWares, the Blizzards, they all had their origins specifically in this. I want to play this game, therefore I'm going to make this game. Of course, that is no longer true, though, because all of these have now become businesses, and businesses require marketing, businesses require actual... shall I say, businesses require success. I'm not going to invest in a business if I cannot guarantee that business is success. And that's the issue. I'm not going to make the game just because this developer tells me they like the game. That is of little to no concern to me. I want to be sure that this game can actually sell well. And if it can't, then it can't, and then I'm not gonna make the game. It truly is that simple. But then that also means, imagine you're a game developer and you love RPGs, and you love specifically CRPGs. But your studio has decided, and I'm talking specifically about BioWare here, you clearly love CRPGs. You made Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2. CRPGs is in your blood. You even made Dragon Age Origins, also a CRPG. Although with almost, I would say, Dragon Age Origins, what made it so special was it was almost the direction, the natural direction that your bog standard pause play CRPG had to take. Maybe for those of you that only got into CRPGs during the Baldur's Gate era, you might not understand what this means. But originally speaking, CRPGs were pause play, right? So you would pause the game, and then you would tell all of your people where to go stand, then you would unpause, then they would launch their attacks. So basically, in Baldur's Gate 3, you have your turn-based stuff, right? Where you make a move, and then the enemy makes a move, and so on and so forth. You didn't have that. Back in the Dragon Age Origins days, if you wanted to have one of your mages cast a spell, for example, you either play with the mage and hit the button and let them cast a spell, or you pause, then you tell your tank, do this thing. You tell your mage, do this thing. You tell your warrior, do this thing. Your rogue to do this thing. So you had to be the, shall we say, you were the turn, basically. It was still turn-based in the back end. So you look at something like Baldur's Gate 3, if you go into the log, you can see that your character is constantly rolling a dice to determine how much they're hitting for. The enemy is constantly rolling dice to determine whether or not you hit them, whether or not you crit them, and all the rest of it. So there's still die being cast, but it's not on a turn-based system. The turns are happening in real time as the game plays out. So for you to take time, sit down and sort of think about what to do next, you had to hit pause and then sit there and go, okay, the enemy just did this. My guy's low on health. I'm going to take my mage and I'm going to cast heal on that guy. Then I'm also going to have that guy cast stone skin or whatever. And then I'm going to have my rogue incapacitate the enemy. And then you unpause and it all happens. So Dragon Age really was the evolution of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 in a brilliant way. But then EA decided they can make a hell of a lot more money if they don't waste their time on something like Dragon Age. They don't want to do CRPG, they want to do big, beefy RPGs, because that's where the $1 billion lie. Now you have a bunch of developers that love CRPGs, being forced to make this new type of RPG more action combat based. They don't want to do it, but they also don't want to lose their job. So not only is it not a case of the passion isn't there because it's not the game that they wanted to make, the sadder part of it is that it's not even the genre that they like. They're just doing it because that is currently where the money is. That's what their bosses want them to do, so that's what they're doing. Dragon Age Combat used to have tactical Dave. Shame to see what it has become now. Accountability to shareholders, fiduciary duty, and all that. The fiduciary responsibility is actually one of the best examples of how unforeseen consequences or changes can have unforeseen consequences that you could not have imagined at the time of the law being passed in the first place. Because you have to think about where that law came from. It was to protect investors from CEOs that would sometimes do mad shit with their video games and then just sort of walk away from it without the investor ever being able to charge them or, you know, take them to court, because how are you going to do that? You have to be able to, you know, well, actually, back before this was a law, you could do nothing. Once you invested, your money was with that guy and the CEO could do whatever they wanted. The law basically came and said, hold on, if you are a CEO in the video game industry, you have to, or not just the video game, if you're a CEO that has investors, you have a responsibility towards those investors to make good decisions. You can't just waste their money. Now, if you actually go into the law that controls fiduciary responsibility, you realize that the actual basis of the law is merely to say that investors can now sue you if they can prove that you are not making smart decisions with their money. So if I can prove that the company lost $100 billion because of actions you took, full knowing that those were bad options, I can sue you for that money, right? To get my money back. Because you lost my money because you were a moron. That was the idea behind fiduciary responsibility. It, of course, became, sadly, a rule of screw everyone else. We only care about actually making money. That's the only thing that matters. It's just money. Thundercool, I don't even know if moving to a state like Texas would help. In fact, not only do I not know if it would help, I have a fairly decent idea that it will not help. Okay, let's trade a bit so we can start building better buildings. How the hell am I losing money? Oh, man. Morny, me not doing barbecue streams isn't losing you money. Facebook did what? Thundercool. Oh, well, Facebook didn't move out of California. Facebook is still in California. Facebook just moved their trust and safety teams out of California. Do not for a second think that Facebook moved out of California. They're still firmly nestled in it. It's just the trust and safety teams that's moved out because they realize the trust and safety teams are out of their minds. There we go. Beautiful. Now. That must give us another house, no? We'll do 2 houses here. But now, how long before Texas becomes woke as well? Because you have to remember, a lot of the people that are still going to be working at these companies are probably going to come from California because they're the ones with the degrees that can actually work at these studios. So how long before Texas becomes California light? And you know it's going to happen. Do I need to upgrade to this way? I don't know, Moni. I'm not so sure. It means how the industry was essentially allowed to get this out of control. Referencing. Oh, I can tell you what I've been told by a developer that used to work for a lot of AAA companies. Like, has a pretty good career at the AAA industry. I've been told they blame the players. They blame the players for it. Let's quickly think. What are we doing? Yeah, let's just get this set up. Shit for not having phones. So they're not blaming the players in like an ugly way, just to be clear. They're blaming the players because as far as they're concerned, the players never pushed back. I genuinely, I had this conversation with a developer that said to me, the greed that you're currently seeing within the gaming industry is something that most game developers hate. They hate that greed is happening. The thing is, they can't stop it. And the big issue is that players ate it up. The players just jumped on the idea of, let's go, right? We're going to have more video games, and the companies are going to spend, because the original idea was, and this was sold to all of us, the reason we need cash shops, the reason we need DLCs endlessly, the reason we need all of these things is obviously because they want to make more games. They want to put more content into the video games, and they can't do that because they don't have enough money. But if we just give them all of our cash, all of our moolah, they'll be able to make some good things happen for all of us, only to realize way too late that, oh, wait, where the hell is all of this new content that we were promised? Well, it was never going to come. That was never the idea. They just needed us to believe that that is what's going to happen. And now, here we are. Years later, right? Still struggling with the same shit. Because fundamentally, this was always supposed to be how it happens. This was always supposed to be how it's going to happen. We were just not, I guess you could say, smart enough to handle it, and we keep eating it up. And they have no way of stopping it. As a developer, and this is genuinely what he said to me, what am I supposed to do when the monetization department comes to me and says, look, we want to put microtransactions into the game? I can say no, and their immediate question will be, why? And I cannot tell them because the player base will not like it. Because their next question is, will they stop playing though? And my honest answer has to be, no, they won't stop playing, but they won't like it. To which they'll just immediately respond, so what? They're still playing it. They're still playing it. Who cares? Just put the transactions into the video game. So if we want this to stop, we are the ones that need to punish it. And just complaining on Twitter is not punishment. If you want them to stop making these giant monetization oopsies in our video games, we need to punish them for that. Far-fetched and can sound pretentious, but I do think that it's what happens when the formerly outcasted and rejected get power. They never ever take accountability. That is, of course, another part of it. But I think that's more to do with how the state of the video gaming industry right now. I don't necessarily think that it was when crunch was removed. I think you have to understand what crunch actually is. And I think a lot of people don't understand what crunch actually is. So, I'll give you an example. I don't think, if you actually look at the majority of devs from the beginning of gaming, crunch has always been a reality, right? Like, there's never been a time where crunch hasn't existed. Crunch has always existed. The only difference was that there was a time where crunch... There was a time when most developers loved what they did so much that a little bit of crunch wouldn't have mattered. Right? Because it's my game. It's something I love. It's something I'm looking forward to. It's something I really, really want to do. So why? I wouldn't care about crunch. At least not... No, that was always super pressed. Screw him. Like, I wouldn't care about crunch because I'm making my favorite game. But what happens when I'm not making my favorite game? When I couldn't care less about this game? Oh, wow. They gave me 25 tools and they want me to pay them 200 gold coins for the 25 tools. How very generous of you. But I do get some faith from it, so it's fine. I can't make tools yet. I have not expanded into that unique technology yet. Thank you, King. We have another 100. I need to do something quickly. Sawmill goes here now. Gonna cut trees, yet can't make tools. It's special building tools that you need. I don't think the game ever claimed to be super realistic. It's not the most realistic game, but it serves its purpose, you know? It does what it needs to do. And that's what makes me happy. Man, these guys have a hell of a time. Look at them. Every day having to walk uphill to leave their house. Look at this little bench. Okay. It looks so cozy. Your support is much appreciated. Why, thank you very much, Mr. We have more tools. Thank you. Thank you. Did we unlock the sheep shed? Yes. Here we go. Well, I don't know about rich, but they do say that it's a desirable house. Although all my people have desirable homes. I've built them beautiful homes in beautiful locations. They can be happy. Might need a little bit more space for this one. Go like that, see if that works. I'm getting triggered. We need Vikings in this game to raid this village? Dude, screw you. Why do you want my village to be raided? My village is good. We don't piss off anyone, plus we're protected by the king. What's the splendor? +4. I need to see... How is housing insufficient? Did I not just give you the ability to build a house? Like, what are we doing here? Come on, you can build that house there. Oh, you son of a... Don't you... Oh. Really? Are you going to be that self-absorbed, you son of a bitch? Is it going to go again? Can't build a house here. How about now? You must be able to put a house down there, no? There we go, you asshole. Oh, that took way more work than I thought it would. I just need this to be built so that we can break this down. How many planks do we have now? I want you all to pause production. Because we're about to make some clothes. I'm poor again. I have to increase. Oh, wow. How do I do that? I don't think my people are happy enough to increase taxation to over. There you go. Oh, people are going to be super pissed, but okay. So what are you guys up to? You know, apart from listening to me freak out about my stupid townsfolk not knowing how to be normal. Yeah, but look at that. It's 43% now. It's Guccio. Guccio, Telesa, and Curialf. Quest complete. Turn it back down. Quest isn't complete. It's only at 58 at the moment. You can see here at the bottom. No, sir. We still have lots and lots and lots of questing that needs doing. Hey! Stop doing that. There we go. Not you, England. I really appreciate you following. How are you doing, sir? Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, sir. Okay, boys. Are we ready for our sheep farm? This might be harder than you think. I don't even know if I should be removing the trees. Maybe I don't need to. Hold up. Let's not remove these resources. Let's keep these resources as is. And we'll just build a sheep farm. You get wool and meat from them? Not meat. This is my biggest issue with games like this. Things that would logically make sense to you. Philippa, how you doing? This is called Foundation. Things that would make logical sense to you. Like, for example, here's a sheep. Sheep would give wool and meat. Doesn't give wool and meat. Now, the only argument that I've ever heard for it was the dude from Manor Lords. When they asked him, why do the sheep not also give meat? His answer was, originally, the idea was, in the olden days, slaughtering your cow or slaughtering your sheep would have been considered sacrosanct. Right? People would not do it. And the reason they wouldn't do it is one sheep can give you wool for its entire lifespan. So 10, 11, 12 years, maybe even longer, you can get wool from that sheep. Whereas once you slaughter it, that's it, right? You get whatever meat's on it, and then it's done. And the same with cows. People would not slaughter their cows unless the cow was super old and no longer producing milk. But as long as that cow could produce milk, that was what they were going to go for, right? They're going to go for the milk instead of the meat. So I actually found out the other day while watching Tasting History. I don't know if you've ever seen that YouTube channel. Super cool YouTube channel. But they actually showed that things like chicken, today, you and I consider chicken to be sort of everyday food, right? It's almost like the food of... it's poor people food. Like when you don't have money, you buy chicken. Because it's protein, but it's cheap. In medieval times, chicken was considered creme de la creme, bro. Like, if you could afford chicken for dinner, you were rich. Because most peasants, if you had a chicken, that chicken gives you eggs. You're not slaughtering that bitch until literally you absolutely have to. So they might have had chicken once a year. The rest of the time, they were eating eggs. Because the chicken can give eggs, but if you get the chicken meat, it's only once. Alone, maybe in the future. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to wait and see. The only thing that can make me not play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 really is how Vavra acted. I'm not a huge fan of how Vavra acted with all the questions and stuff that gamers had. That sort of annoys me a little bit, but overall, I'd probably play it. Forrest, how you doing, brother? Does that make sense? Chicken reproduce. I get they would not eat chicken more than once a month, but never makes no sense.
Damn.
Not
Thank you.
Not never, Forrest, but barely ever. So chickens would only ever be eaten if they could if they could really justify it. So that's why they would only ever really have chicken on like Christmas or maybe Easter, like big events. Because you have to think about this. Yes, chickens do reproduce, but that does take a while, right? It's not something that you can just sort of like you can rely on. They're also dealing with foxes. They're dealing with all sorts of wild animals, sicknesses and the like. You also only have that much food that you can give chickens. So you don't want too many chickens, because too many chickens will cost you a hell of a lot of money just to feed. So you kind of want to be careful, walk that thin line between what can we afford and what can't we afford. Eggs was just a better deal, because you can get multiple eggs from a single egg, from a single chicken in its lifespan, where you can't really get multiple. You're not going to get multiple carcasses, so to speak. A little poorly. Same reason I won't buy a VOD, kind of. Yeah, for me, it's not even a case. Like, I don't care about the fact that there's gay characters in Avowed. Like, that's never been my issue. My issue is when they were caught having gay characters in the game, why did they act as if like school children doing something naughty? could probably include all of this. It should be fine. Why can't I bolt there? What am I hitting? Oh, I'm hitting... Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Question time. Do I remove those resources? I think I have to, no? Yeah. Okay, there we go. There's Raycon, Vava lying. KCD2 is... it's not even the Raycon, because Raycons can be explained. So, for me, at least, right? Raycons should not happen. But, for every single show, every single sci-fi series, every single thing that has ever existed, Raycons absolutely do happen. You can even go back and you can look at the sort of unfinished works of J.R.R. Tolkien, and you look at the stuff that he earlier, before he really published all of his works and before the books became popular, he had all sorts of ideas about stuff that he wanted in the fantasy that ultimately changed over the course of time, right? So lore will always change and will sort of adapt as the writers change their minds on certain things. So I'm not even necessarily against the concept of Raycons, but I do think Raycons need to be handled very carefully. If you're going to Raycon, you need to be able to explain to the player base why this Raycon. It's perfectly fine if you want to Raycon, but then you have to be able to explain to the player base why are you Rayconning this. And my problem with Vavra's response was when he was caught out that he is, in fact, Rayconning the game, instead of being honest with the player base and saying, hey, boys, yes, we had some Raycons. We originally had Henry as, a full-blown sort of full slate character, and you were only seeing the story of Henry. And we decided instead to make Henry more of a half slate character where his sexuality is more player-centric or player-sexual, rather than us deciding on your behalf that he is gay or straight. We understand that some of you might not like that, but this is the decision we made because we think it serves the storytelling of our game much, much better. I would have had respect for that, and I guarantee you, most people would not have cared. This entire thing would not even have been a problem if that was how they handled it. People would literally have listened to that and gone, oh, all right, cool. No worries. It's all good. The fact that they sort of doubled down and then tripled down on the players being wrong. If you remember correctly, in Vavra's earliest responses, he actually makes it out as if it's foolish to think that anything gay would be in the game. Like Henry would never be gay. Then, in his follow-up response to that, he admits that there are gay characters into the game, but it's completely optional. People, you wouldn't even know that it's happening if you don't want it in the game. But the whole point, remember, the reason people were so outraged was they thought Henry was the one that could be gay. That's why people were angry, because they thought Henry could be gay, and because of the lore, Henry can obviously not be gay. And they didn't address that. He sort of just made it sound like there are NPCs in the game that are gay. But, and his words, they know what they're doing wrong, right? And what they're doing is a moral taboo. Made it sound as if these are gay NPCs you're going to meet, and you could see them maybe screwing each other, but they'll know full well that they're not allowed to do it and whatnot. And then finally, when enough people started to ask questions, Daniel Vavra comes out and admits, oh, yes, of course, the character can be an absolute fairy if they want to be. And it's like, dude, why didn't you just come out and say it from the start? Why did we have to play this game of gaslight before you finally admit the very thing that people have been saying from the beginning? And that's where people start to then feel like they're being lied to. Like there's something more going on here. Like you say that this isn't a politically charged decision, but clearly it is political. Right? Clearly it is political. Because if it wasn't political, you wouldn't be acting the way that you are. And I think that's the issue. How can there still be insufficient housing? This is not possible. So when they decide this is now a large enough road, they just refuse. Dude, what the hell? Why can't you build your house on top of the road and people can just walk the other way? The budget issue? Bullshit. Warhorse was bought by a DI company, aka Embracer Group, instead. Being banned in Saudi Arabia. Exactly. First they tried to beat around the bush and hide it. Then he just acted like an idiot. Yeah, and it's sort of the same thing that they always say about taking responsibility, right? Whenever YouTubers get into trouble, whenever YouTubers get caught in a scandal, the YouTubers that just admit to their mistake, that just go, yeah, all right, yep, you got me, I did this stuff, they tend to, nothing happens. Nothing happens. They're perfectly fine. They're perfectly normal. No one gets angry. The YouTubers that get caught out and then lie about it, those tend to be the ones that get into serious trouble. Be quick. How you doing, sir? And I think for good reason. Taylor. And let's do a warehouse, shall we? Should be able to build anywhere. This is South Africa. Good afternoon, Ashley. How you doing? The thing is, most people, at least this is what I have found, most people understand the concept of grace. Most people understand when you've made a mistake. And they're more than happy to go, you know what, he made a mistake, it's perfectly fine. The issue is, when you double down and then ultimately triple down on your mistake, people now feel lied to. So if you just come out and you say, yes, I lied, I'm so sorry, or I made a mistake, I'm so sorry, can we move on? Most people will just be like, yeah, all right, no worries, it's all good. It's when you lie about it that people now not only see that you've made a mistake, but now they start to question whether or not the mistake was actually a mistake. Right? Because as soon as you lie about it, you sort of go from, I just made an oopsie, to, I purposefully misled you. And that's where the real issues come in. That's when people get annoyed. Because, you're now accelerating this way more than what it actually needed to be. It's a good game. All that matters in the end, political stuff around games, people would get angry even if there was a cinematic of public gay execution. Alone, I don't agree with that. I think most people would not just get angry for no reason. Off. Couldn't help myself. Sorry. Being now, that's perfectly fine, but you're not wrong. There are so many creators that all they need to do is be humble, apologize, and move on. Like, that's all you need. Apologize, move on. But then they can't do that. They can't apologize. No. I will not apologize. I will double down on this. So, it's a bold strategy. Let's see how that works. Super Beast, how you doing, brother? Super Beast, yes. In my opinion, it's worth it. You're gonna get probably hundreds of hours of fun in this game. It definitely has enough to keep you busy. At least for me, I'm in love with this game. I wonder, is it time for us to unlock the goods market? You are very welcome, Super Beast. Alone, if that was true, why don't we see people getting angry about... We didn't see people getting angry about Baldur's Gate. We didn't see people getting angry about Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. People got angry originally about Cyberpunk for good reason. They weren't just getting angry for no reason. But as soon as the problems with the original Cyberpunk was finished or was fixed, people were no longer angry. People now playing it and they were really loving it because the game had now finally lived up to the expectations set by the developers in the first place. People get angry not for no reason. You do have your professional bemoaners. These are your ex-folk that will always complain about everything no matter what, right? But remember, the people that you're referring to there are they're activists, right? So for them, the only time they can't complain is when a game fully adheres to their activism. If a game doesn't adhere fully to their activism, they're going to complain because they need to complain because they're activists. This isn't the same as when you say gamers will complain anyway, and all that matters is a good game, screw politics in video games. I would love to follow that line of thinking. I would love to say screw politics in video games, who even cares? The problem is when you, the developer, don't follow that advice, me, the player, have a problem. Because I want to say, screw politics. I just want a good video game. But when I can clearly see that when you were caught putting something in the video game, like making Henry gay or at least bisexual, you acted like a naughty child being caught in the middle of being naughty. Because that was how Daniel Vavra acted. Daniel Vavra immediately gaslit everyone about the fact that it didn't even exist. Then when people finally figured out that it does exist, they admit, yes, it does exist, but it's nothing big. It's just some gay characters in the game. And then he reminded everyone, and this is how I know that it was a misdirect, he reminded everyone that they had NPCs in the game, in the first game, that was gay, thereby suggesting that the NPCs there might be more gay NPCs in this game, but it's not going to be Henry. Then finally, when people figure more stuff out, finally then Vavra admits that, oh yes, Henry can be gay, But then Vavra goes on this whole thing of attacking gamers for merely asking questions, when the right way to handle it is to admit, yes, okay, we made Henry gay, and then to answer the questions that players have. So in this instance, it wasn't just that people were getting angry for no reason. People were getting angry for very good reasons. Because the guy that made their game that previously, during Gamergate 1, was attacked by the mainstream media for not making his game woke, the gamers that defended him became the very people that he blamed for now being the ones who attacked him, right? He was turning on the very people that defended him once upon a time. So, of course, gamers were a little bit peeved at the idea that you would suddenly turn around and start attacking us. Not only attack us, but he actually went so far as to tweet out that the people who are now attacking him are worse than the people who attacked him in 2014 with KCD1, which, if you remember, if you go back to KCD1, the attacks on Vavra's game, KCD1, was relentless. Every single media campaign or every single media outlet campaigned for the cancellation of this game, right? And we, the gamers, defended him, saying, look, this is just a game. Stop putting your politics into our video games. And now he turns around and he says, no, you guys are worse than the people that originally attacked me back in Gamergate 1. So clearly showing that the choice to make Henry bisexual wasn't a creative choice. It wasn't a choice that he made because that's where their creativity took them. It was a political choice. The way he acted, the way he defended their decision, wasn't the act of a man that was making a purely normal choice. It was the act of a man that clearly made this a political choice. Someone somewhere wanted a gay character in the game, and they weren't going to stop until that gay character was added. Someone somewhere wanted Henry to be bisexual, and that's what's going to happen. So that's why people are angry. So it's not for nothing. And if you say, well, who cares, screw politics in video games, again, when I see developers make decisions purely based on politics, I can't just say screw politics in video games. Because they're the ones who put it in the video game. I didn't want it in the video game in the first place. I would have been happy not to have the politics in the video game. But here we are now. What am I supposed to do? Wanted a good Metacritic score. 100% sellout. What Calamity said. Good politics in games equals Metal Gear. So I also think we should be careful with using Metal Gear Solid as an example. I realize I'm disagreeing with all of you all day long. I don't mean to disagree constantly, but we do need to be careful because there is a giant difference between politics in video games and political video games being video games. Metal Gear Solid was always a political video game. It was made to be political commentary from the perspective of Hideo Kojima. The only difference is that Hideo Kojima is so good that he can pull it off, where most developers aren't good enough to pull it off. Metal Gear Solid really is in a league of its own in that regard. Samus Aran, which game is that? You can use other game like Final Fantasy Tactics. Well, I don't mind when you have if you have a political game and the game is political, right? From start to finish, the game is designed to be political. That is obviously very different to something like Metal Gear Solid, right? But it's kind of the same argument around Tolkien. Not very many developers have the skill to make stories like Lord of the Rings. Most developers don't have that skill. Calamity, I definitely don't ignore that Embracer Group owns them. But I don't necessarily think that's the only reason. I think that's definitely one of the reasons, but I don't think that's the only reason. Most writers, how do you say? The sad thing is, it's hard to romance Huns and almost completely hidden. It really feels like they were forced to do it, so they did it in the least noticeable way possible. And I don't even want them to admit to that, right? I don't even want them to say that. I just want them to have been honest with the player base from the start. I think it would have been better for everyone if they were. Take up. So it's also very important that we ask ourselves, when you say forced, what does that mean exactly? So what does it mean when you say forced? Because force doesn't just have to be someone physically coming to you and saying, put it in the game or I shoot you, right? It doesn't just have to be that. You can have, or you can be forced into something without even necessarily knowing that you're being forced into something. You might say, Baraka, what the hell are you talking about? Think of it this way. I've spoken about this before. Influence is an interesting thing. When you have, I'll give you a great example of how influence works. People who study sexuality have actually found this remarkable thing that is currently happening, and it's been happening for like the last 15 years. Whenever a girl in a group of friends come out as trans, so this girl says, I'm trans now. The majority of the girls in the friends group, so literally, if there's a friends group of 4, and one of the girls comes out as trans, within the next 2 weeks, 2 of the other girls will also come out as trans. Within the next 2 weeks, 2 of the other girls. Now, were those other girls forced to come out as trans? The answer is obviously no. They weren't forced to come out as trans. They just are trans now, right? But they were influenced. The influence within the friend group had shifted, and that influence had pushed onto them and ultimately forced them to become trans. So even though they weren't forced in the traditional sense, they were kind of forced. It's a fascinating thing when you sort of look into how we as humans deal with pressure. didn't see much either. Become trans, so they always were, and did not dare come out before someone else did. So become trans, iCurrent, so here's your problem with that. It does not hold trained to anything that we've seen historically, even in societies that were more open-minded about the idea of trans. It also doesn't hold track that you would have a single friend group that one girl comes out as trans, and within the next 2 weeks, 2 of the other girls also come out as trans. This does not track. You wouldn't see that. And the problem is we see it consistently. So it's not just that we see it once or twice. We see it consistently. One girl comes out as trans, and then suddenly you have the next. The other problem, of course, is that historically, throughout the entirety of history, there is almost zero mention ever of female transsexuality, specifically girls who think they're boys. Zero. We have no mention of that, even in societies that were a lot more progressive, if you will. So pagan societies more specifically. We have almost zero mention ever of women sort of questioning their own sexuality in that, or their own gender in that way. Men, we have evidence, very rare, right? So we have sort of scattered bits of evidence, but even the evidence that we do have is to some extent questioned by people. So you do have psychologists that are questioning the concept of it, that are sort of going, well, not entirely sure we agree with the numbers, but at least the numbers aren't terrible. Right? At least the numbers on, like, there are numbers for this stuff. So when you ask psychologists that have actually studied this stuff, they're the ones that say this entire movement is fabricated. It's fabricated on the principle of sort of wanting to fit in, because that's what the data shows them. That's what they see in the data. There's a wonderful doctor. She's called Dr. Deborah So. You can go watch her videos or read her articles. She writes a lot of articles. She's an actual she's an actual researcher on this, and she shows the data of this. We have an epidemic in countries like America with young girls now in Gen Z, as high as 35% of young girls under the age of 18 that come out as trans. 35%. Just 25 years ago, the concept of gender dysphoria was so rare that it was almost impossible to research. So rare that it was almost impossible to research. And now suddenly it's 35% of young girls coming out as trans. And the numbers are suspect. They don't quite believe the numbers. So you do sort of have to ask yourself, is there maybe something more going on here? Is there something that we're not tracking? I am sexy because I got influenced by beautiful women. Miss Rello, happy to hear that. Just remember reading about Roman homosexuals. So the interesting thing about people using Rome as the homosexual capital is homosexuality was actually far less accepted in Rome than what most people make it out to be. A lot of people will say, oh, all Romans were super homosexual. And it's like, no, not really. Sexuality was actually far less common than you think. And it really only exploded towards the end of the fall of their empire. So when their empire were on the verge of collapse, is when it really started to pop off, right? Well, Greek, Rome, even Rome had it to some extent. But even in Greek society, I was watching this historian that spoke about it. It was actually not the kind of thing that was... People like to make it out as if it was hyper accepted by everyone. Like you could be as gay as you want. That was not true. It was still very much considered almost a taboo. Even people that say they're bi might just be somewhat attracted to the same sex, but never act on it, but they want to be counted. Tekla, I have a very hot take about bisexuality. Not necessarily male bisexuality, because I do think, I think most men that claim to be bisexual are just gay, but not yet ready to admit it. For whatever reason, right? It can be for any reason. But when it comes to women, the amount of women I've heard, or even mate, that claims to be bisexual and yet have never even been in a relationship with another woman. Wait, do I need 3? I do need 3. Okay. And yet has never... has never slept with another woman, has never even kissed another woman, actually makes me go, I think far fewer women are actually bisexual than what most claim to be. I think because we live in an era now where the only way to really be special is to sort of be something, you know? Like, you have to be something. You have to claim to be something. Otherwise, you're not special. And I kind of get the sense that it's a nice way to be special. Especially since we've created a world where if you're not special, you're nothing. Oh, this guy lives so far away, though. Maybe he can swing it. To me, weird but interesting. So some women want to stand out by feigning bisexuality. No. I don't think it's on purpose, and I don't think it's fake. So just to be super clear, I do not believe that it's fake. I don't think that they're faking it. I think because we've made this big deal out of sexuality. 25 months, Mueller Gaming, really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. We've made this big deal out of sexuality. We've gone from a place where in the past, a woman might say, I find other women attractive. Not sexually. I just think there are girls that are super pretty. So, in other words, this girl is in no way, shape, or form sexually attracted to other girls. She just thinks girls are kind of cute. Some girls. Maybe the way they dress, maybe the way... But because sexuality has become such a huge part of our conversation, now they must be bisexual. Because I find these other girls so attractive, so I must be bisexual, right? even though they have no real interest in ever engaging sexually with another girl. Zero interest in actually engaging in sexual activity with another girl, but what else are you supposed to do, right? You've been told by literally everyone that you are bisexual if you like girls or if you find girls cute, so clearly you must be bisexual. I'm not on dating apps though, Florence, so I have no idea. In the US, people are fake AF. No, but again, I'm not suggesting that there aren't people who fake it. I'm sure there are. But I would argue the majority probably doesn't fake it. The majority aren't out here faking stuff.
Damn. Thank you.
Calamity, you just subscribed. Bro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You are so kind. Thank you. I appreciate you. Been here a while. I may as well drop you a Prime sub since I never use it. I hate Twitch. Hey, dude, if you're going to give me money, I'm going to take that money. I current with the 2 months part of the DJ Nation. I appreciate you. Thank you. I like girls, so I'm bisexual. Got it. Be quick. Hey, if you like girls and you think you're bisexual, I'm happy for you. Did you see the one conservative versus 25 LGBTQ activist video? It's like an hour and a half long, but it's a very good debate. I've not seen it. Calamity, I really do appreciate it. Your support, like you and everyone else's support when you guys sub, drop your primes, or even just super chats, it really helps. It keeps the wheels turning, so I really appreciate it. Blurry, how you doing? As a woman, I can find a man good looking, but not be attracted to them. Blurry, but that's not the... Wait, let me ask you before I respond. In regards to what are you saying that? Souls, is it the one with Michael Knowles or the one with Matt Walsh? Because I think I saw one with... I think it was Matt Walsh that did an interview, that interview stuff. And I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to watch that on stream. Like, you can link it for everyone else, but I'm not allowed to watch it on stream because most of those videos get copyright claimed. Because it's the new, we're going to make it look like it's not mainstream, but it is 100% mainstream copyrighted bullshit. Yeah, so it is what it is. But I think I saw the one with Michael Knowles. You see, I'm not a huge fan of Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh and those guys, their arguments specifically around this stuff, right? That a woman can find another woman attractive, but is not bisexual. Oh, yeah, but Blurry, so I don't know if you heard, I guess I should clarify more. First and foremost, welcome. Happy to have you here. Secondly, are you disagreeing with something I said? And would you mind just clarifying what it is you're disagreeing with? Just so that I don't, go on a full-blown exposition here and you were not even disagreeing necessarily. Blood Vixen, how you doing? I thought his arguments were very good. So Zol's, here's why I don't like Michael Knowles. I like him in general. I think he's quite funny. Matt Walsh is also quite funny. I don't like all of their stuff because I do sometimes get the sense that a lot of these political channels really just preach to the choir. So it's not them specifically that I don't like. I try very hard in my own content to be reasonable because the hope for me is that we can actually win this culture war by winning hearts and minds and not just by preaching to the choir. I'm not just interested in getting mega views so that I can somehow make money but not make a difference. I'm more interested in actually making a difference and actually saving the gaming industry than just quick cash, right? But so my problem there is a little bit that. But then specifically when it comes to the gay or the trans debate, Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh takes a sort of never approach to it, right? So never acceptable, can't happen, should not be allowed within society at all. My issue with that is, whilst I agree that transsexuality is a sin, homosexuality is a sin, whilst I agree with that, I cannot tell adults what they can and cannot do with their own lives. They're adults, therefore they get to decide what they want to do with their lives. I can debate with a gay guy. I can talk to a man that is, say, gay, and I can explain to him why it is sinful behavior and what it pertains to. And maybe I manage to convince him of that position, but I cannot force it, right? If he decides he does not want to be convinced, then so be it. What am I supposed to do, right? So when I listen to people that have these sort of never approaches, my immediate thing is, how are you going to enforce that? Because I don't think it's enforceable. I don't think you can enforce it. No matter how hard you try, you're barking up, in my opinion, the wrong tree. You know, does that make sense? Oh, Blurry, you're absolutely correct. My apologies. I'm so used to people coming in and just immediately disagreeing that my sort of defensiveness immediately shot up, and I was like, all right, let's go. I can defend this shit. But yeah, I do agree with you. I think fundamentally it's this sad pressure that's put on society to almost demand certain concessions, even if those concessions don't make a lot of sense. Like, for example, a girl finding another girl cute. Suddenly there's a pressure on this girl to be bisexual, because why else would she find girls cute? Even though the more rational argument would absolutely be that, well, you just find a girl cute. There's nothing wrong with that. Female sexuality, in that sense at least, have always been a little bit more malleable. Let's put up a fence, boys. Let's get our sheepies fenced up, shall we? And I do realize that this is 100% me just wasting resources on nonsense. Okay, so the pressure itself, I think, is way more it's what is a wattle fence versus a... Oh, wattle fences are a lot more expensive, actually. Oh, no, they're not. I don't know what the difference is. What does a wattle fence even look like? I'll just do an old school fence. Never mind. Really? Alright, fine. Oh, I hate this. Where's the grass? What do you mean too far? Oh. Come on, you bitch. Let's do this. Here we go. This game is very relaxing. I know, right? That's why I play it. That's why I play it. I like me games like this. Where did this field end? Here we go. Oh, I'm gonna have to do so much change here. Oh, I can't build it because some of the parts are... in the raid. Look for raid parts, boys. Like this one. There we go. Okay, now I can focus on you guys again. I just need to get this bolt. Just thinking, I'd rather go collect 40 bear asses. Why? This game's fun. What are you talking about? Yes, I have a gate. Sweeziest, how you doing? It's sort of like Mana Lords, but more... a lot more intense when it comes to, like the building, I guess you could say building, the logistics element of it is a lot more, like in Mana Lords, what I found is when I build my game correctly, I'm sort of done with the game. Like I don't have to worry too much about anything else. Whereas with this game, what I have found is even if I do build it correctly, it's not necessarily like you're constantly going to deal with challenges. There's constantly going to be a new challenge that you have to face in terms of the logistics of it. So where your people live is super important to where they work. So you can't just take new people on. You have to plan like a phase. So for example, I wanted to get this thing set up and all the production around this thing. But now I can't just sort of go around hiring people willy-nilly, because if I don't need them in this area, they're going to move into this area if there's housing available there. And then these areas might need to be expanded on in the future. So I need to think, if I'm going to take people, do I want to take them in this area? Do I want to take them in this area? Where exactly do I want people to live? And then have a couple of extra people in every single area so you can sort of cross over and whatnot. I don't know if you get attacked, but I do think there's army sort of stuff in the game. But I don't know if you get attacked. I don't know about that. It is just the city builder, at least so far as I've played. Oh, there you go. There's no warfare in the game. I will say, though, just on that previous point, I think what society is currently doing with women throughout the world, at some point that shit is going to come back and bite us in the ass, and it is going to be biblical. Like when that shit starts to kick off, I don't think many people are ready for that. Not necessarily just wokeifying women, souls. The fact that we're... So the first thing, and I think this is the thing that's probably most dangerous of this entire conversation, we're bringing up a generation of young women with this idea that you don't have to take responsibility for your actions ever. Like, whatever you do, perfectly fine, no issues. It's everyone else's fault. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting that that's all women. There's a lot of women who don't buy into that nonsense, and they fully don't want that anywhere near themselves, but that does sadly happen. Then the next thing is we're bringing women into this world almost... how do I put this? Making them so afraid that they end up almost being afraid of their own shadows. So for example, instead of telling young women, you know what? Most men aren't evil. Most men aren't bad. Most men aren't going to try and kill you in your sleep. Most men are decent, good guys. They're going to work hard. They're going to provide for you. They're going to take care of you, because that's what most men want to do. Most men don't want to be your enemy. Most men don't want to, be the bad guy. A lot of young women are now being taught that, no, not only do most men want to kill you, most men actively want you back in the kitchen, be a slave. You look at the marriage number, the rates of marriage throughout the world, and you just go, dude, this is not a sustainable way to live. And then you look at other things, which is actually probably just as problematic, if not even more. But you have suicide rates among young women are higher than it's ever been before. It's high among men as well, and higher than it's ever been before, but it's so bad among young women. And yet we keep doubling down on this concept of just be a girl boss, live your life, no one tells you what to do. And you can't help but think, why are we doubling down on the things that has proven itself to be unsuccessful? Because it has. These things aren't working, and yet we keep doubling down on it. Mothers failing their daughters. It's interesting how we blame different people. Because I would say it's a generation of women that's being failed by their fathers. And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting for even a second here that men are completely innocent and it's all just the woman's fault. Not at all. I made a video on this a while ago at this one, probably like 3 or 4 months ago. And this is going to piss off a lot of the boys in chat, so I already apologize to you for that. But I think all of the current problems of our world can be laid squarely at the feet of men. The types in your body, my choice rhetoric justifies their fear, in my opinion. Yeah, but pork pocket. So here's the your body, my choice argument, right? So the Andrew Tate of the world is still nowhere close to the majority of men, or even close to the majority of men. And Andrew Tate, the rise of Andrew Tate, is a direct result of society's inability to deal with young men in a way that is justified and how young men should have been dealt with. Everyone was more than happy to tell young men that they are the problem. What did you expect was going to happen? You keep telling young men they're not good enough. What they naturally want to be is toxic and misogynist. Their natural aggression and masculinity is evil and disgusting and should not be allowed. And then you're surprised, Pikachu face, when young men finally start following people that don't tell them they're disgusting and evil. Young men didn't find Andrew Tate out of nowhere. They found him out of desperation. They were desperate for someone to tell them they're not everything that's wrong with the world. You have young boys at the age of 14, 15 being told, you are the reason that the world looks the way that it looks. Your masculinity, the fact that you were born with a penis, is what makes you evil. And then we're surprised that these young boys finally find someone that tells them, you know what, you're cool, you're good enough, you're fine. Your aggression, your masculinity, it's part of what makes you a man, and society should value those things. And then we're surprised that young men are going, well, finally someone's telling me that I'm okay. That was always going to happen. So no, on that front, the rise of Andrew Tate, the left completely owns that. If you're on the left, you created Andrew Tate. Congratulations, he's yours to deal with. It has nothing to do with me. Because when I was telling you to stop blaming young men, you were telling me to get the hell out because I'm toxic and masculine. That's not what I'm talking about. I blame men for the failures of modern day society. And for this, we have to go back quite a bit. We have to go back maybe 150, 200 years ago. The role of men in society has always been to build a safe society for women and children. You can go back thousands of years, no matter how long you go back. Society has always been built by men for women. Always. I know women like to pretend that this isn't true. They like to selectively look at history. I promise you, always, men have built society for women. We built giant walls around our villages, not for us. Because where were the men when the bandits came on the other side of the wall? They weren't using the wall to stop the men. Of course, later we would figure out how to build bigger walls that we could actually stand on. But in the first walls that were built were not walls that allowed us to stand on it. They were meant to stop the barbarians from getting in, while we, the men, were on the other side of the wall fighting the barbarians to keep them out and away from our women, our children. That was the main reason for society. That was what men did. And at some point, I don't know when this happened, but my suggestion would be between 100, 150 years ago, maybe even so far back as 200 years ago, young men at the time decided to give the safety, security, and building of society to the government. They handed it over to the government. They're like, you take care of the safety, you take care of the building, and we'll just make money. We'll go out and we'll just earn mega amounts of cash, right? Everyone wants to get rich. Everyone's doing gold rushes and all the rest of it. We're going to be rich now. The government, being the efficient and successful tool that it is, utterly fails in this task. Because the government cannot build a flourishing society. No government in the history of the world has ever managed to do it. So the government messes this up. And what the government ends up doing is it creates one of the most unsafe societies on Earth. And when I say unsafe, I think it's important that people understand what I mean. I'm not talking about unsafe in terms of crime stats. That's not the argument. We're not talking about crime stats. We're talking about, the goals in chat will know what I'm talking about. You guys remember the whole would you rather be caught in the woods by with a bear or with a man? Do you guys remember that whole saga? Now, originally, when I heard this argument, I wanted to start laughing because I was like, really? You're going to choose a bear over a man? That's brave. And then I remembered something. Women communicate feelings, not facts. And by that, I'm not saying that women can't communicate facts. I'm talking in general, when you're in an argument with a girl, and the girl brings up something that you did 2 years ago, right? So you and your girlfriend is in an argument, and your girlfriend says, remember 2 years ago when you were talking to my friend behind my back or whatever, right? You were at the same bar, but you were sitting there talking to her friend, and she brings that up. And at the time, you had a huge fight about it, but now she's bringing it up again. Main's immediate response is, why do you keep bringing up the past? We already had that fight. I thought we sorted it out. What she's not bringing up the past. What she's trying to do is she's trying to tell you what I felt then, you're making me feel now. Right? So she's trying to communicate her feelings to you. If you have a goal in your life, go ask her this. She'll confirm it. If she's honest about her own feelings, she will confirm this. I've spoken to enough women to know that this is confirmed. This is how women communicate. They communicate this way with each other. They're much better at communicating with each other than they are with us. That's why men struggle with communication, because we tend to communicate whatever is in front of us. So if a man tells you, if a man tells you, I would rather choose the bear over the woman, he's not trying to say women make him feel unsafe. He's saying, I can shoot the bear. I can't shoot you, so I'll take the bear. Right? He's communicating facts, because that's how men tend to communicate. Whereas women have layers to their communication, and their feelings is definitely part of that communication layer. So when you have a society where the building of the society and the security and safety of the society has completely been undone because the government failed in it, what you have as a result of that is a society wherein women feel incredibly unsafe. They don't feel safe. So when women made this argument about, would I rather choose the bear or the man? No real woman were actually saying that she would rather choose the bear. She was trying to tell men that it feels like I'm with a bear in the forest. I feel unsafe. When you listen to the feminists who go out and say, I should be able to walk in the middle of the night without looking over my shoulder out of fear of being harassed, my immediate response as a man is to be like, bro, are you for real? Like, I'm a man and I can't even walk in the middle of the night without looking over my shoulder. What are you talking about? That's super unsafe. You shouldn't be doing it. Again, she's not telling you that she literally wants to walk outside, without the fear of being mugged. But she's telling you she's feeling unsafe. And the problem is, because young men or men have completely handed over control to the government, their job is to make it safe. It's no longer safe. Women now feel the need to take over that safety, to take it upon themselves to make society safe. The issue is they're not designed to make society safe. That's not what women are built for. That's not what women are designed for. So they fail at this. But because men are not stepping up and taking that responsibility, what are they supposed to do? They feel unsafe. They need to feel safe. If the men aren't going to make them feel safe, then they have to make themselves safe. Now, by that, I'm not suggesting that the feminists are right and we should do what they say. Hell no. Remember, I just told you they don't know how to make a safe society, right? It's up to men to find their place in the world once again and to lead as men are supposed to lead. Not through fear, not through... what's the English word for it? not through tyranny, but through safety first for the women and the children. That's sort of the long explanation of why I say I blame men for the current state of the world. And it's not even the men who live today. It's not their fault. They were never taught to do this, right? Because their dads were never taught to do this. Their dads' dads were most likely never even taught to do this. The men that are to blame for this have long since died. It's not their fault. But it is going to be up to us as men to figure out how to fix this. Clean to some extent, but what women tend to be very good at is more reminding men of the places that they've missed, but not because. So, the very thing that makes women brilliant wives and mothers is the very reason why women cannot really build society. Empathy. Women have too much empathy. Sometimes when you're building society, you cannot have empathy. Because sometimes in building society, you have to make hard decisions. Yes, sometimes children from another part of the world needs to die so that your children can live. Most women will not make that decision. They will not make that decision. And they'll sell out their own society in the hopes of helping. Be quick, that's also true. For me, that's actually a very beautiful way of putting it. Yeah. Macro versus micro views. Men are very good at the macro level security. So basically saying, right, these are the things we need in order to keep our women and children safe. We need strong borders. We need a strong military. We need people armed so that they can take care of threats. Women are very good at the micro stuff. My dad used to put it this way. My dad used to say, this was before he gave up on me marrying. But my dad used to say, the reason every man needs a wife is while you're building the plane to take you on your adventure, she's making sure that the screws are tightened. And that sort of men tend to dream big of these giant adventures. But a woman is the one that goes, did you pack your lunch? Does the kids have enough clothes? Did you pack this? Did you pack this? Remember, we're going to be doing this. You have to do this. You have to do that. These are the things that women care about and that they focus on when they're allowed to focus on those things, of course. If they're not in a marriage where they feel safe, they're probably not going to focus on those things. This is why I don't resonate with this game. What do you mean, Kimmy? I don't know, Kimmy. Do you like Sims? Because I'm assuming if you liked Sims, then maybe you would like this if it was just one game. Let's put down a church, shall we, boys? Let's put down a church. Okay, so that's the end of our territory. We should be careful. This is going to be one hell of a build, if I can even swing this. I don't think I can swing this. I need to buy this territory. Give me this shit. Give me that one too. Right. Church time. Oh. Wait. Might have to hold it here. Oh no. Do a chapel. What is this? Wooden steeple, a bell to remind villagers of their duty. I don't know what a steeple is, but, you know, we'll go with that. And then a cross up there. Right, let's go, boys. Build a church. No, clean it. Then it costs too much. It becomes super mega expensive if you build too many churches. Or if you build too many buildings on the church. Not more, taller. Yes, but if you go taller, it increases exponentially the amount of resources you need for it. So, I don't want to do that. No. You will not get me to sacrifice my principles for you, Queen. Like, as it cost me. Why the hell did you... What? Love taking care of my house and family, but hell no, I don't want to plan the whole community. Kimmy, that's exactly it, right? Very good at planning. I think the other problem also is just cities. I think cities have also led to a lot of women feeling very unsafe. Can you build there or can you not build there? Oh, you're going to be a little bitch. Let's see. Put it down. Build it. Are you for real right now? Oh, they're already putting it down. Great. Great. Hamlet into a village. Blood Vixen, I'm busy. I'm trying. I'm working on it. You have to go slow, otherwise you run out of... like, you forget where all of your people are located. And that creates serious issues. Like, I need to think now about the next thing that I'm going to be doing, which is tooling. Leo, welcome back, sir. See, because I'm doing tooling next, I want to think very carefully about this next expansion and how we're going to be running the next expansion, because tooling actually requires a giant amount of sort of logistics around it, because there's, as you can see here, 4 different buildings, and at least one of those buildings, the charcoal hut, also requires another building, but then all of these buildings also require the warehouse, so that you can keep all of this shit in the warehouse. So tooling is a nightmare. An oracle, a smithy, and a smelter. Yeah, but it's a lot of work. In a family village, I could literally walk in the middle of the night alongside a road without any problems, besides some nasty critters that could roam around. Well, that's exactly the Amu, that's exactly why I said I wonder if cities isn't also part of our problem. Because cities have introduced a significant increase in danger that didn't used to exist. I'm gonna have to buy tools. Oh, I was hoping to avoid this. Let's do 230 until I can make tools. Also, a bailiff office to scout the rock formations. Yeah, we'll do that later. For now, I'm just trying to set up my new little village. Everyone should be happy. Why isn't everyone happy? What have I not built for them? They have a goods market where they can buy goods. We have a church that literally has no one. Why is my church not being built? A bar? The bar is still a ways off, Blurry, but I like your thinking. These villagers are obviously alcoholics. That's why they're not happy. They breed in circuses. Yeah, we'll get there, boys. We'll get there. The worst thing in this game, though, is bread. I hate bread in this game. You never have enough bread. Ever. Oh, it is disgusting how bread operates in this game. Just make more bread. Dude, you never have enough wheat. Never. The amount of times I've... the struggle has been real. Trust me. The struggle has been real. How can I get them to build more of these small houses? I like that. Come on, that's beautiful. Let's build more small houses. First wood, now bread. When does it end? Vasigo, it can't end. This is the whole point of this game. There's always a new logistical challenge, and it's beautiful. Oh, take love. Lost Records isn't gonna sell. They Don't Nod has lost 95%. Annihilation 10. How you doing, bro? Has lost 95% of its overall value in the last 5 years. Well, actually longer, 12 years. And they're still chugging along. It's ridiculous. But hey, you know. Blood Vixen, thank you very much. I'm glad you like my little village. How many of you, if you were to live in a village, would actually like living in my village? Look, everyone has a nice view of the river. Nice forests all around you. It's absolutely gorgeous, I think. The no plumbing is a no-no for me. Do you see potties? When people don't have potties, they have plumbing. You can't see in their houses, but if you could, you'd see that they have potties. There's no long houses here. Those cliffs are dangerous to live near, especially when the bar comes along. Nah, bro. It's just a river. You'll be fine. Yeah, this is a fun game. Look at all my sheepies. Oh, that's why the church isn't being built. I forgot we're building this giant fence. Okay, this makes sense now. Leo, I like this more than Farthest Frontier. I like this more than Farthest Frontier. It feels like it's more fleshed out than Farthest Frontier, but of course Farthest Frontier has a very different scope to it, which changes the game. I have played Begonia. Begonia needs to be finished. Right now it feels like Begonia isn't quite finished yet, but I see that they're constantly doing more work around Begonia, so hopefully that'll get fixed at some point. Should close the gate. The sheep are running off. No, they're not. The sheep can't leave. Once this fence is done, the sheep are going to be nice and safe inside. I love the game, but it killed my interest once I figured out the 100% success rate strat. Which game is that, Z Vengeance? Oh, Farthest Frontier. Yeah, there are ways to beat the AI. Like, because the game doesn't really provide sort of AI challenges. The challenge is just build a village, you know. Once you figure out exactly how to build the village, it's basically like, oh, well, you know. Everything just works and you can just chill. What do you think of Tropicos? Wait, where did you see sheep leave? The bastards aren't allowed to leave. Look at us shearing the sheep. Hey, where? Get this sheep. Guys. Guys. My sheep! Oh, this sucks. Get back in. Quick! Oh, crap, we're done now. And it's coming back. Oh, there we go. Oh, the sheep was looking to be sheared. Wait, what's the point of having this fence if they can just leave? I'm guessing the fence is just for funsies. Or maybe if wild animals or some shit. I don't know. You can't close the gate and move. Like, look. There's no way to close the gate. Send family, how you doing, brother? The Black Plague. Dude, I'm already struggling as is. Let's not introduce the Black Plague. What time is it now? Oh, crap. I have to start getting ready. I completely forgot. I have Bible study tonight. Wow. Almost completely overshot that. But yeah, I have Bible study right now, so I'm gonna have to go. But I will be back tomorrow. So that idea from Gates? What? The heroic at stream? Yeah, well, Grofile, I'm not going to make promises of what I'm going to be playing. You know me. I play whatever, you know. I just sort of get into a game and then I play that. But probably more Foundation, depends on how I feel. Summer Life, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope I entertained you at least a little bit. I will be back tomorrow, same time as today. Don't know yet what we'll play. We'll play something. I've not figured that out yet. As always, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you so much for watching the videos and liking and commenting and all the rest of it. I really appreciate all of you. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.